It is not consumer friendly for sure. Holy moly. Wait, am I even consumer? Kinda, right? Yo, D4 Good, how's it going? Can you show us some stuff today on the new season? Yes, I can. In 49 minutes. Mrs. Bass, you got me in the evenings until Monday, then I'm gone. That's good, they said, yeah. Can you not get a thingy where the chats are combined, Chatterino? Did I stare at the Soulstone? It was delivered today, but I was sleeping. I'm currently changing my sleeping pattern to accommodate the 1 a.m. launch. So I'm currently sleeping from... today I slept from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. And I did, thank God I had earplugs in, so I didn't hear him, but it was probably the Soulstone. So I can't unbox it because it's not. In theory I would have had it, but my girlfriend wasn't here and I was sleeping. So unfortunately we can't unbox it right now. I would have loved unboxing it now. Okay, YouTube is live. Let's go. What do you mean? Open on stream? Yeah. I'll open it on stream as soon as I have it. I'll wait until I stream again, and then we can open it together. For sure. I'm not gonna rob you from the experience. Oh, wait, I didn't change the thumbnail. I made it and then didn't change. Okay, what is everyone the most excited about? Which of the topics you guys want to talk about first? Everything? Nice. Okay, that's easy. 90-hour crony stream, watching rip clicks on teams pushing Dark Citadel. Yeah, we're gonna go. We're blasting it, man. I'm like I give you time for work to end on Monday so I can play. Yanni, how's the job? Are you liking it so far? Embargo lift. I'm excited to learn about mercenaries. Okay, will do, Captain Kitty. Make sure to remind me in an hour or so in case I forget. Yeah. Watching rip clips of hardcore characters, teams pushing Dark Citadel. That's going to be interesting. Yeah. Season Journey, are the caches the same as previous seasons? No, Adam tweeted about it. They're changing. I can pull it up for you. But Danish, Basehead posted the link in our Discord. Adam Fletcher. I like this one from Riker, man. This is so nice. Look. Oh, wait, I need to play this with sound, right? Look at this. This is so well made. Holy. This is amazing. That is such a good job. What's that? Oh, thank you, Bess. Yeah, there you go. So this is in the seasonal cache. It's exactly like the Hedrix gift. Yes, in D3 Danish. It's so funny, man. Danish and D4 Good have the exact same color and the September emote. And I constantly keep switching you guys up. I need to pay attention to the combination of the sub badge and Danish. It's a bit hard. You guys literally have the same thing. What about this new hard, normal, etc. mode? Yeah, I can tell you everything, Selchuk. I can even tell you what color of underpants I'm wearing, if you want. Good. If you need a heating pump for your house, let me know. Okay, I will do. Can't answer, but what was Adam's tweet about with the end of season journey and alts? Blue? No. Black? Yes, UK is right. I don't understand, Sofrogi. What do you mean with Adam's tweet about with the end of season journey and alts? Do you mean this? A trick question because you're going commando. That's great. Oh my god. Nice one. Let the boys be free. Okay, so the froggy doesn't get this one. Yeah. So what he means by this, Gen of Hatred asked the season 6 journey. Yo, Zora, how's it going, my man? Wait. VIP Lord X Zora. Boom! We need a shout out as well. The froggy, can you shout out Zora while I explain this? So remember how you have the season journey always with at the very end. Yo, Syla, how's it going? You get usually you get your wait, I'm not following. Holy moly. Guys, follow Zora. He's joining us on Necromancers in the Maxroll team. He's taking over the Bloodlands and the Blood Wave. Yes. So finally we got some support. We got some help on the Necro boys for Maxroll. And Zora is one of us. So definitely make sure to check him out as well. Yo! Shorty, thank you so much. Zora, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you, man. Shorty, 13 months? Holy moly, man. That's amazing. Need to change the name color. Wait, what? Zora is also the same color. What are you guys doing, man? Everyone is the same color. Stream Elements, D4 Good, Captain Kerry, literally everyone. Just gave a follow, very nice. Who's doing Spiritborn guides? Woody switched mains. He's probably still gonna play Rogue, but obviously for now he's full on Spiritborn, so you can expect absolute top-notch quality from the Spiritborn department with Woody being there. Lucky. And I'm forgetting people here. I was deep down in the Necro tunnel and I haven't looked that much left and right. Honored to be alongside of you guys. Honestly, you guys are the best. Dioxide? No, Dioxide is on Rogue. Do you guys... I can check. I can check. I'll check for you guys. It's Zerok, who is also doing... who's also doing Bone Spirit, if I remember correctly, for Necro. But also doing Spiritborn. Lucky, Woody, Bob, and Deezy. So there's quite some new faces joining. Mippy is on Rogue. Mippy is Rogue class leader. Very honored to be alongside of you guys. Oh, you're the best, Zora. Welcome in, my man. Really looking forward to you blasting with us. Okay, so I'm sorry, Zafroggy. Thank you so much for doing the shout out. Remember how you have the season journey where at the start it says complete a cellar and like, I don't know, kill 666 monsters, do a dungeon, and you need to do a certain amount of objective, but not all of them, like 6 out of 8, for example, and then you unlock the cache. And in those early caches, this is what you're gonna get, depending on which class you play. So it's kind of like a boost at the start of the season for you to, this is the 3rd season? Yes. For you to kind of like, especially help newer players or people that are not familiar with the class so much, just get started with something, right? This is basically going to be a full-on build, right? And it's usually the newest type of thing that was introduced with the patch. Yo, D4, thank you so much for the 2 months, my man. Holy moly, we got so many subs already. Thank you, guys. What did Joe Pipiora tweet? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I love this so much, by the way. This is so good. This season 6 mechanic explanation is amazing. Wait, where's the Joe Pipiora tweet? I can't find it. Ooh, this is a pretty good. I want to save this. This is a pretty good graphic. I haven't seen this one. I'm already making a PoE2 folder with all the cool infos and stuff. Yeah, the third season. For example, remember when you got like minion stuff for free, the Froggy, during the season journey, right? You had multiple tiers that went up and up and up, and obviously the objectives to do became harder. I hope the Froggy was here while I was explaining that, and now he gets it. Basically just like a free boost and a free build for your character while you are all just by playing the game, you're gonna progress that as well and get several aspects for the build mentioned in that tweet. Okay, let me see here. Yo. Matrix gift, yes, exactly. This is what Joe posted. Man, Basehead is literally everywhere. Holy. Yo, Captain Keddy, thank you so much for 200 bits, man. Wait, what's this? Ah, this is the Korea event that Cora attended probably, right? Okay. Oh no. Okay. Love the Asian stuff. Okay. So thank you so much, Captain Katie. I really appreciate that. It's an amazing watch, even if I didn't understand anything. I'll check it out later. Selchuk, greetings from Mrs. Chronix. Sorry, guys. At 6 p.m. Yes, 6 p.m. Greetings back. Tell her to buy you some blue boxes. Need to make sure I ate before. Yes, it's embargo lifts in 35 minutes, boys. Then we can talk about literally everything. Yes. Will you be playing YouTube this year in 30 minutes? Just talking, explaining on your own. Yeah, that's the thing. So how do I say this? This is going to be a little bit of like content creator talk or like YouTube talk or whatever. So the thing is, work meeting, I shall be back. All good, Sora. Take care. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you. I'll see you later. So the idea is that I can expect spoilers. 35 minutes. Okay, we need a timer probably. The idea is, ideally, YouTube can only show or recommend one video to one viewer at a time. So if you go to YouTube right now and I blast 13 videos at the exact same time, you can only see one on your front page, which in turn means that I lose a lot of value, not only by the algorithm kind of only promoting 1 to 1 viewer at a time, it is going to promote all of the videos. But if I blast them all at the same time, I can only reach 1 viewer with 1 video instead of 1 viewer 13 times with a video if I would stagger it. So the smart way from a YouTube perspective is staggering the videos. The problem is, since this is a novelty situation and I am a very small content creator, the only thing that I have going for me is that the stuff that I have ready to blast is a novelty. Not a lot of people in the world are able to make the videos that I made over the last week, right? Because I got the embargo, the review access. Thank you to Blizzard, by the way. And so you have this contradicting situation where you want to post all videos at once because you want to cash in on people being very interested on the new stuff. But on the other hand, you have the problem of, if I push all of them at once, only one of them is being promoted to one person at a time. So what I talked to other people about this, and I decided on like staggering that a little bit. I'm releasing literally 2 videos instantly when the embargo lifts. I shouldn't do this from a YouTube perspective. This is probably the worst thing I could do. Right? I promote them via commands. No, that doesn't really work. Twitch is not a big traffic source for the YouTube videos. It's the other way around, right? People come to Twitch from YouTube. It's usually not the other way. And therefore, I staggered them. So I release 2 instantly when the embargo drops. And then every 2 hours for the day. And then I start tomorrow, I think at like 11 a.m. And then every 3 hours, I'm blasting 1 video. Right? So I think on average, I do 4 videos a day or so. Just make 11 more channels and have us sub all of them so I recommended them anyway. Here on the Twitch stream, we'll watch the videos, so do I need to leave Twitch to watch? Now I understand. I mean, we can watch party them if you want. Yo, Hoagie, how's it going? How have you been? We could watch them together if you want to. But I would prefer you guys have them open on a second screen, letting them run through from start to finish. That would help me so much. Because one of the videos is literally 51 minutes long. Did you go on a sabbatical? Yeah, kinda, actually. What I did is I noticed that I had a opportunity to take a break. This is also how I can provide the news link so fast. Yeah, I also have 3. 1 here, and 1 there. So yeah, ideally you guys would have the video that we are watching open on another screen and let it run from start to finish so I cash in on the watch time. Stay on here, did you? Yeah, all good, Captain Caddy. Like it would be an immense help if you would click on the videos and let them run through from start to finish. That would be crazy helpful because you guys are interested in D4, which your algorithm knows, right? So when you watch the video fully, that's the best signal, and like and leave a comment. That's literally the best signal you can send the algorithm to tell, hey, I'm a person that is interested in D4. I watched that video the whole 51 minutes through, liked it, and commented on it. Therefore, this video has to be very watchable also for the other people that like D4, right? So that way it spreads. It knows, oh, Yanni's viewing behavior is D4 and Captain Keddy's viewing behavior is also D4. So if Captain Keddy watches that 51-minute video from start to finish, likes it and even comments it, then Yanni is probably also going to like it. So therefore, even though the video only found Yanni, it is also going to be recommended to Captain Keddy because their viewing behavior matches, right? Credits and all. Yeah, that's an amazing help. Like literally. The worst thing you can do to a YouTube video is click on it, watch for like 2-3 seconds, and then leave. That's literally the worst thing you can do on a video. The good thing about this is if like 10 people do this, that's not going to make or break the video, right? But then again, if you do the complete opposite and you watch the whole thing through, subscribe, like, and comment, that is literally the best thing to spread the video. Yeah, and also the funny thing about comments is the more letters and the more symbols the comment has, the better. So you can literally blast a how do you say? You can literally blast a ChatGPT comment about the video in there, and it's going to be good because it's like literally this big, right? But that's all up to you, how much you want to support and stuff. Also, by you being here and watching, you're already doing more than enough, so thank you. Okay, so we kind of need to bridge 27 minutes. ChatGPT prompt, comment on Chronic's video about necromancers. Yeah, exactly, okay. You could do that. You could do, write a YouTube comment that is praising the content creator. And the video topic is insert video topic here, right? And then you get a code like this. You control, you copy paste it into YouTube, blast it, like the video and watch the whole thing through. Perfect, man. Doesn't GPT not need the transcript for that? You could do that with the transcript as well, yeah. Can you almost talk about the patch notes? Yes, in 26 minutes. Let's do a timer. Where did I have that? Didn't I have a timer here somewhere? There you go. How can I make this look better? Timer direction. Up? No, down. Transparent background? Yes. Timer values is fine. Show divider, show hours, show minutes. Seconds, enable digit outline. Yes. Outline thickness big. Text color white. Search Google font Montserrat. Doesn't work. Search front from the list. Mont. Hello? Help. Oh, that's a small list. Okay, let's take this. Your counter title. Embargo lifts in. Your counter ending message. Embargo lifted. Okay. Where do I type in? If you select count up direction, you can option timer values. Okay. So 25 minutes. 25. 0. How can I get this? Ah, there you go. Okay, let's blast it on screen. Wait, don't I have this already somewhere? No. Log in, boys. There's the timer. What happened? Oh, wait. I did it in the custom CSS. Log in. There we go. Oh, fuck. Why did I do it white? That's stupid. Well, that's only because we're on this website, right? If we change... Okay, never mind. Can I put a link of the video in GPT? So I'm putting paragraph hieroglyphics for the algorithm. Yeah, what you can do is there are certain websites, for example, where you can get a YouTube transcript. You just put the YouTube URL in here, then you click generate, you get a transcript, then you copy the transcript, go into ChatGPT and say, comment on this video with as many signs as possible, with as many letters as possible, and praise the content creator also. And then you and you copy it over and blast it in the YouTube comments if you want to. That works. But you need to, way more important than that, than the comments, is that you watch it through from start to finish. That literally helps a lot. And you can just let it running while we watch it, and then just mute it or so. Will do. Thank you, Selchuk. Okay, so I'm currently thinking about into his army of viewing bots. Yeah, kinda. But I mean, you would watch the videos anyway, right? You can also use our Windows clock for a timer. Wait, how? How do I do timer? Oh. Oh, wow. Lol. You know from when this timer is? Do you know from when these timers are? Do you know from when they are? Who knows from when these timers are? Holy, they are classic launch? How did you know? These are literally the timer from D4 launch that I had open on the other screen so I would not forget my flask, and so that I would not forget that I could reset my dungeons over and over again. Yeah, thank you, Captain Katie. I appreciate that. Lol, man. These timers are ancient. I'm not going to overwrite those. Holy, those bring back memories. No, it wasn't WoW. It wasn't WoW. It was D4 launch, not classic launch. I thought you meant D4 classic. Well, is it already called D4 classic? And because I was racing to the hardcore statue, right? So it was giga important to not miss out on the flask buff. And then if the timer went off, it was making a sound, so I knew, okay, let's go, let's get the flask. Meanwhile, it's a habit, yeah. But back then it wasn't. During racing and shit. Okay, 21 minutes, boys. Ah! Oh, I still got some coffee. Login. Okay, I was working a little bit on minions for the Maxroll guide. And yeah, I think this is going to be the season of Ring of Mandarin. We're finally going to play it. And minions looks very strong on paper. Not gonna lie. I am not even exaggerating. It's been 84 years. Yeah. Like, it's very interesting. Yep. Well, I mean, the patch notes were a little bit cryptic, yeah. They didn't really give us all the info that we needed. Mendel. Not this one. Is it this? And yeah, right. The damage is now attributed to your minions, and this will scale with minion damage bonuses. If this is only going to scale with summoning damage, then we're fucked. But if this is going to take into consideration skeletal warrior damage, mage damage, golem damage, then it's login time. Right, so we will have to test how this is gonna work. But I do think they are, like, I expect that they are going to take into consideration the damage with summoning, plus damage with minions, plus damage with mages, plus damage with golem, right? Yo, check out, how's it going, my man? Yo, everyone has the blue The blue color, holy moly. Can I help Hubby with dinner? Be right? Yo, see you then, UK. Yo, Philip, how's it going? Thank you so much for the Gigantify. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? How can I change the costs of the Gigantify? I really like them, so I want to make them as cheap as possible. Like, how do I change these? Does anybody know? Probably not, huh? Kind of need to find out for myself. Did someone already sneak the first on Woody's stream? Oh, fuck, I was too late. It's a bit thing from Twitter rather than channel points. Yeah, bit. Where's that? Monetization probably, right? There we go. Bits and cheering. No, but that was a good idea, Philip. Thank you. Viewer rewards? Maybe viewer rewards? No. It's probably community. No, it's not. Monetization. Ah, yeah, there you go. No. Huh? Other revenue? No, also. What? Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. Emotes, maybe? No. Yeah, no clue. I'll fix it. I'll fix it later. Danish. Woody C. Yeah. Spam this pot of clay to lift the NEA. Exactly. Copyrighted that. Yeah, true. What's this? I think I got it. Ah, manage power-ups. Okay, got it. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Philip. Spam this pasta dish to make Chronics let us fish. Do you want to fish? Okay. Theory Craft Experiment is quite interesting, but Hudson's didn't play it at all. No choice to start with anyway. Catch Squirtle. Yeah, check out. It's very interesting. Spiritborn is a great class, in my opinion. It's so well made with so many interactions between like different spirit halls and stuff like that. I am a huge fan of Spiritborn. Like I gotta be honest, I did not think that I'm going to like it as much as I did. Okay, launching Lurkbait. Give me a second, boys. My Twitch login has expired. Uh-oh. Give me a second, boys. Ah! Oh, what's happening? Yo, Mr. Benson! 4 months in a row. Thank you so much. How's it going? Okay, we got this. Okay. Fishing enabled, boys. Wait. Turn auto hide off. Settings. Wait, I can't enter the settings. Wait, pause queue. Wait a second, guys. I need to go into the setting. Oh no, wait. Oh, yeah, I need to go into the settings. I don't even remember how this works. Mm. Resolution is fine. I want these things to go away, but I don't remember how this works. Give me a second. Wasn't it a setting here? Ah, okay. I just need to click away. Never mind. I'm done. Unpause it. Let's go. You guys can fish. How's it going, Ben? Are you good? Do we have this? Okay, nice. You can eat spare ribs at 8 p.m. so everything's fine. Oh my god! Spam this horn to leak spirit bone. Oh no. Yo, Benson, where the fuck can we go? All you can eat spare ribs. I want that. Where is that? Can we go there? In Nevada? Holy. I want to go there. Can you send me the link on Discord? We need to go there. Holy moly. Sure. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Minions is looking good after the changes, and we're actually going to be playing with the Spirit Wolves. The funny thing about this is the Spirit Wolves chill and they make vulnerable, and you just need to run around to spawn them. You literally run 10 meters to spawn a wolf. And since you are playing a minion build anyway, you're just running around constantly. You never stand still. If you're standing still on minion, you are doing it wrong. That's literally the whole point. Wait, Ben, did I say thank you for the sub? Thank you, man. I don't remember. I think I did, but just to make sure. Chill and Vuln as they don't get bonus damage from stats. Yeah, they might, Yanni. They might. They probably will also proc the Ring of Mendeln. Yo, Selchuk, thank you so much for the T1 sub. Holy moly, man. You guys are blasting. Thank you guys so much for all the subs. I appreciate that a lot. You guys are amazing. Even though I wasn't here for 2-3 weeks, you guys are blasting. And this is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. I'm really looking forward to the next couple of months, man. It's gonna be amazing. We have so much shit to stream and play and discover together. We have Vessel of Hatred. We have for like a let's say 1.5 months. Yo, Chico, thank you so much for the Prime as well. Holy fuck, you guys are blasting. Thank you. Thank you. If you decide on what to play for launch, yeah, I'll talk about that in a second, Yanni. We have Vessel of Hatred for like 1.5 months, which we can easily fill. We're gonna go for World First, Hardcore, T4, Dark Citadel with the boys. Woody, Panda, Cornis, and me. So that's going to be insane, man. I'm really looking forward to blasting that. as the first group in the fucking world. That's gonna be amazing, man. Then Path of Exile fucking 2 is going to consume literally everything, in my opinion. Then we play that for I don't know how many hours. And then I think in February, I think in like February we start with season 7 for D4, right? And then right after should probably be Last Epoch at some point again. So we are literally blasting into blasting into blasting into blasting into blasting. It's gonna be crazy. Season 6, Period 2. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing. Team Maxroll raid world first. Yeah, that's gonna be a feat, man. But I gotta be honest. Pooh. It's not you. It's let's talk about it in 7 minutes, okay? Everyone's fishing. Okay, so what do I do with these fish? You just collect them, Selchuk. We do have a leaderboard. Wait, how do you get the leaderboard? I think you do exclamation mark leaderboard or so. Let's try this leaderboard. I'm not sure. Exchange for legendary. I found a tape. Yeah. Wait, what was it? What was the funniest find that we had? Still top 10. Nice. Wait, I can't even read it. It's way too small. E-scooter. Wait, did you get an E-scooter? Holy moly. Where are the Talahorns that are losing them? Who are the Talahorns that are throwing the E-scooters into the lake? Huh? Who does that? Why? Why would you do that? Guys, 5 minutes! Ah! Ah! Help! Who the fuck caught a blue whale with a fishing rod? Yeah, there you go. We caught a blue whale with a fishing pole in the lake. Those are amazing, man. Okay, so let's make a topic list. Get a few cars as well. Oh yeah, true. Embargo mean you can share videos of playing or actually play PTR. No, I can't play. Like no one has access to the game right now. We were literally, what we did yesterday was, I can't tell you. I can tell you literally everything in 5 minutes. Let's wait 5 more minutes. Okay. Then I can tell you everything. But no one is playing the game at the moment. I can't wait. The suspense is killing us. Oh no. Okay, wait. Let's make a list. What do you guys wanna know? Wait, do I have a notepad? I have a notepad open. Okay, so let me move. Can I move this out of here? Move to other view? No, doesn't work. Okay, wait. How can I open this in a new window? Can I open this twice? No. Why can I not open Notepad++ twice? I want to open this twice. Oh. That has to be possible somehow. Huh. Close all, close, save all, save. Print, cut, copy, paste. Find, replace, zoom in, out, word wrap, show all characters, indent guides. Function list, start recording. No. Why can I not do... Well, doesn't matter. Then we do it like this. Okay. So, embargo lift. What do you guys want to know about? Let's write it down. It has tabs, yeah. I like Notepad++. Since I discovered that, I'm only using that. It's so good. What is this music? Okay, blast me with topics. We're first... do we... Joseph Rodias, how's it going? Do we want to watch the videos first that I have that are being uploaded in 2 minutes? That are being released in 2 minutes? Or do we want to talk about stuff first? What do you guys want to do? Oh, this is the other copy pasta. Wait, how was the video? Okay. Monka Steer. Underground. There you go. This is the other copy pasta. Monka Steer. This is so good. When I see the fucking Monka Steer, I'm laughing my ass off. Wait, I need to blast this into the copy pasta channel as well. I love this with this song, man. It's so good. Wait, where's the copy pastas? There you go. I have some questions about some interactions with the Spiritborn. Yes, I can try answer those. But to be quite honest, Woody knows for sure. So if you just go to Woody, tell him I sent you, tell him Chronic sent you, and ask him about the interactions. He will instantly know. I might know. How often do I have to kill Duriel for Shaco? Keep in mind, I'm very unlucky. Oh, I don't know. You find some guide for leveling? Yeah, I need to still work on it, Selchuk. I don't have one for leveling yet, but I will have to do one, yes. Okay. Are we lifted? Let's see. Let's check YouTube. I think we're lifted. Ah, there you go. 19 seconds. Ah, we're lifting, boys. Okay. Okay, what are we doing? Ah, help! Ultimate Spiritborn guide must know tips. Uh-oh. What is this? What is this Woody video? What is this? What the fuck? What is this? Ah, it's a premiere? Okay. Lol. Who did you say to go to? Woody Joe. This person right here. Bee Hunter. And you tell him that Chronic sent you? So hyped for Spiritborn. Okay, so what are we watching first, boys? Dark Citadel or Spiritborn first impressions? There you go. We have 2 things that you guys can choose from. What do you guys want first? Spiritborn? Okay. I'll how do I say? I hide my camera and I work on something in the background while you watch the video. Just let me know real quick, please, for the sound, okay? Is the sound okay? Ah, wait. I need to... Oop. Okay, how is the sound?
Is the first new class coming into
Diablo 4 with the Vessel of Hatred expansion, and I had a lot of time with the class already. I was playing it at Gamescom together with Wodijo for quite some time, theory crafting builds. Spiritborn is the first... Need more? Okay. Louder? Louder? Okay, louder. New class coming into Diablo 4 with the Vessel of Hatred expansion, and I had a lot of time with the class already. I was playing it at Gamescom together with Wodijo for quite some time, theory crafting builds, and also during the review access over the last week. I've been blasting a lot of time into the class, and I wanted to give you a summary or a rundown of things that I like, things that I don't like, and generally my impressions to the whole class in itself. I do like the thematic of the Spiritborn. The skills all look amazing, and also the models of the classes are super cool. I like these tattooed Spiritborn right here. I'm a huge fan, and I usually do not really pay attention to it. The cool part about all of this is that every skill is basically usable for the Spiritborn. So it does not really matter which one of the core skills you are going to use. All of them are definitely usable. All of them have a pretty good build attached to them. Obviously, there's gonna be a best version of a build or a best version of a Spiritborn that you can play. Currently, Quill Volley is looking insane. There's also a bugged Touch of Death build. I do hope that it's gonna get patched when the game releases, because that one is literally just bugged and does pit 100 with a crazy interaction. But yeah, my most loved skill is definitely Quill Volley, which shoots out the quills and is going to make stuff vulnerable. They are going to return as well. So I'm having a blast with Quill Volley. The cool thing about all of these core skills is that the main aspect that they need to function is available through clearing a dungeon. So for example, the Quill Volley needs the rebounding aspect that makes the quills return, which is available through unlocking it in a dungeon. So you can get your builds online extremely quickly just by this little thing. And again, all of these are very nice to use, very good. They all have their synergies where you generate some barrier. If you go more the gorilla route, you do have quite a lot of vulnerable application. If you go the eagle route, you do have a lot of attack speed and resets with the jaguar, and you do have poison, therefore healing and damage reduction with the centipede. And this trend actually continues throughout all of the other things on the skill tree. All of the passives do have a use and are insane. There is some that are more targeted through the early game, for example, like velocity, where you're going to refill your vigor while you're moving, which comes in very handy early on. But there's also stuff that goes into and targets the late game more, for example, like ballistic surgeon, where you're going to spend more of your resource but deal more damage. But it does not matter at which passive cluster you look at on the Spiritborn, there is always going to be something that is usable and beneficial for your build. As you can see right here, there is basically no passive cluster untapped by my build. Currently, obviously, if I do not go into poison, I'm not picking the poison stuff, but like all these general passive clusters are all picked up and also very useful for my build. The ultimates are really interesting to me. They all have their significant place for a lot of builds. They also have a very new approach of like the spirit joining you in the battlefield. And then also there's a lot of stuff with charges on the Seeker, for example, which is the eagle. You do get a barrier if you do the gorilla. You have a reset built into the hunter that slows down the more times you reset it. And then the centipede is probably the best looking spell in the entire game. And funnily enough, this also translates to the key passives. All of the key passives do have their place. It literally does not matter which one of these you are going to play. They all work with almost every build. For example, Vital Strikes is having a very cool, interesting mechanic where you deal 45% multiplicative more damage when you strike a vulnerable target, but you are going to remove the vulnerable after that hit. You get a little bit of health and a little bit of resource back when you do so, but this creates this little mini game that you have to play because you want to keep the 45% damage multiplier active all of the time, but now you have the problem to solve of how do I keep the vulnerable on the target as much as possible to cash in on the multiplier. Stuff like a Cursed Touch, or also the Seeker help you with this, because the Seeker makes stuff permanently vulnerable over and over again. So you do have these little combinations that help you to solve this problem. But then again, you can literally slap this on every build and it's going to work. And I do think this is a crazy good feeling to have when you are playing the Spiritborn, especially with the adaptive stances. This can be used on every build, it doesn't matter, but it's going to be outscaled by the other stuff. I do really love Prodigy's tempo because it is going to reset all of your cooldowns over and over and over again, making you an absolute spam machine, even with the ultimates. I am a huge fan of Prodigy's tempo. I do like to reset my cooldowns. I do like to attack quickly. This is exactly what Prodigy's tempo is promoting as a key passive. Definitely my most loved one. And there's also one more, which is Noxious Resonance, which is going to be the best scaling thing for the very late game, because this is going to be a scaling multiplier that is scaling its damage with the critical strike damage bonus of your character. So obviously you are going to go Noxious Resonance if you have some sort of poison in your build. If you do that bugged Touch of Death build, for example, you obviously go with this, while stacking critical strike damage bonus to increase the current damage bonus of Noxious Resonance as much as possible. This also works with Andariel's Visage, for example, so I could literally just slap on an Andariel's onto this build that I have right here, and then just literally use the Noxious Resonance key passive, and I wouldn't even lose that much efficiency on the build. This is how crazy this is. You would literally just swap this out, and you would then instantly have another build which works just as fine. Obviously, the Prodigy's tempo is going to be that little bit better in single target, but the Noxious Resonance together with the Andariel's Visage is insane when it comes to staying alive through the life on hit and also in AoE. So due to all of this, there are super interesting combinations possible on Spiritborn. If you do like to combine things and not really combo things on your skills, but more so combo mechanics together, Spiritborn is the way for you to go, because you are literally going to be in heaven combining crazy stuff together and making that work. That obviously is also going to be part of your Spirit Hall, where you can combine each of the spirit with each of the spirits. You can even go and do class Jag, for example, where you just combine the same Spirit Hall, but you are heavily incentivized to mix and match them. There is going to be a way that is called Loyalty's Mantle, where you can combine and buff where you get buffs when you combine the same spirit, but it currently looks like this is not going to be the best way of building the Spiritborn. It definitely forces or kind of like encourages you to combine different spirit halls together to make the maximum out of your character. Obviously, by applying all the skill tags to all of your current skills, when you choose the Jaguar, for example, now all of your skills also become Jaguar skills, and the combinations therefore skyrocket. It is amazing how much you can mix and match these things and come up with new results every time, especially in a build making perspective. This is amazing. And also from just looking at the passives and the skill tree, you are gonna go crazy with the amount of customization that you have available on the Spiritborn. This also gets further amplified by the super cool unique rings that are available to you. Currently, I don't have all of them because I destroyed them. We needed some iron chunks on the review access because we were staffed for those. But as you can see right here, they are available to you, like the Varshan rings back then, for example. And they basically give you an idea of how to combine different spirits and encourage that. You can see at the bottom that you also gain a passive effect, which is going to basically let you not put Armored Hide, in this case, on your skill bar, but still make use of the passive effect. So these rings are extremely powerful to get even more combinations going. You don't really need them on the ancestral level. They are totally fine if you find them on normal. They are extremely build enabling. and are a crazy cool thing. For example, right here, this instantly solves all of your resource issues and is going to also give you resolve, which is the gorilla damage reduction type of thing, while you are getting ferocity, so which is the jaguar type of thing that you are gaining. So this opens up tremendous build variety and is just super cool if you like to puzzle your way through build making, or if you enjoy being able to be very versatile for your character. There's also other stuff like the Midnight Sun, where you actually, which is going to be extremely important in the end game, where you get a lot of your vigor back whenever you are critically striking. And here as well, you're also getting another passive effect for your character without even allocating the skill on your skill tree. For example, right here, you do get the counterattack passive, which is going to be 10% dodge chance and automatically a retaliation every time when you dodge. So just by equipping this, you already increase your dodge chance by 10%. Is incredible. Again, the amount of combinations is fascinating, and I'm a huge fan of this. Speaking of dodge chance, the Spiritborn is a defensive monster passively. It is incredible how much built-in tankiness the Spiritborn has. You will use the quarterstaff basically all of the time because 45% block chance is just amazing. You will have a lot of different options to further scale your block chance. For example, every time you press your armor tight, you instantly have 100% block chance for the duration of the spell, and you can actually amplify your block chance through various ways even further. The cool thing about this is that you can then further scale that blocked damage reduction. So by default, you're going to take way less damage than quite a lot of other classes because your block chance is naturally already really high, and also your resolve stacks are going to be passively staking if you go down the gorilla route, at least on the secondary spirit hall, for example, which is going to make you a very tanky beast without even having to invest that much into tankiness. Another crazy part about the Spiritborn is its mobility. Currently, I am running the Hunter, which is a gap closer that goes super far, and I also have the Soar ability on top, which is just another gap closer. The cool thing is the Hunter basically always reduces its cooldown automatically, while the Soar keeps ticking down normally. A lot of your basic attacks are also gap closers when you use those, and you're also going to be able to further increase gap closing abilities by speccing the corresponding Ravager. For example, right here, when you go down to Measured Ravager, you are going to be dashing to your target every time your core skill is going to attack something. So if you lacked mobility, or if you like mobility, the Spiritborn is going to be the choice for you. All in all, the Spiritborn is easily going to be the strongest class going into Season 6. I do think that is going to be very normal that you want to release a strong class, but I gotta be honest, if you're not playing Spiritborn in Season 6, you are not only missing out on a lot of new fun, but you're also not able to defeat any Spiritborn in terms of pit pushing if there isn't an undiscovered bug. I do have to be honest, Spiritborn looks amazing going into the season. There is a lot of build opportunities possible, and they are also extremely strong. If you like content similar to this, I do have a full review access playlist available in the pinned comment, which is going to have all of my videos that I made during the review access, so you can actually look through everything. I do have guides not only on the Spiritborn, but also the Raid, the Dark Citadel, Undercity, and everything that you can do in Vessel of Hatred. The playlist is in the pinned comment and also in the description. I'm also live on Twitch, so I can answer literally every question you want right now. So check those out. The links in the pinned comment. If you like content similar to this, make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel, and I'll see you next time. Ta-da! Okay. Did this help you out at least a tiny little bit to satiate your Spiritborn needs, or do you guys need more? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and blend Danish. True class coming. Did it worse? Shit might be really good. That's mainly what I tried to theorica for in-game. Yeah, Gorilla Thorns is also amazing. Very cozy you're blasting. Okay. Ask me questions about Spirit Borno. Now is the time. I can show you guys the Dark Citadel guide where you're going to see Spiritborn live in action. Right here. But you're also gonna get literally know everything about the raid. How far away is it from the other classes? I don't know. I think only Sork can keep up with Spiritborn this season. Anything that changed from the stuff you saw in Irvine? I can't talk about Irvine. Cologne, yeah, everything changed. Cologne, a lot of stuff changed. Wait, I need to ask. Wait, can we show the early access launcher? The planner? Let me see. What is Woody doing? Is Woody showing the planner? Can we, wait. Woody, can we show EA planner?
Okay. So yeah, it's very funny. You can do like very fast dungeon clears as well. I think I went to blind burrows here. Exactly, let's see that. There's also only Torment 2. I was like a scuffed setup, but I just wanted to see like how fast it goes. You can kind of just like evade.
I just want to make sure.
Can we show EA planner? We can, yeah.
Okay, log in. So there it is. So I can tell you a little bit about the changes that have happened. So for example, right here, the Quill Volley build. This is the build that I'm gonna make a build guide for, and this is also the build that you see me playing in the Dark Citadel, in the video before, everything. Like I played this build from start to finish like crazy. Played it up and down, left and right, everything, and I came up with this being a good solution. Woody has another version which I also need to try. The problem on the review access was that we didn't have enough iron chunks and rawhide income because the numbers were tuned wrong. This is already fixed in the live version, but it was not fixed in the review access, so we were fucked. So let's sort that then. So we're gonna keep up with Spiritborn. There's gonna be... Wait, which one is it? I forgot the name. I can tell you in a second. It's going to be... No, this is not the correct group. Elemental Constellation. That's the build you're gonna be fucking blasting with. With Firebolt and Firewall. That's the one that is going to literally demolish everything. What's your early review of what you've seen so far? Guess he thinks it's a huge step in the right direction. It's a huge step in the right direction. Elemental Constipation. Yeah, exactly, Yadi. What did I miss? You missed the first impressions Spiritborn. But you can check it out on my YouTube. What's Soppel gonna keep up with Spiritborn? It's not gonna keep up with Spiritborn, but it's going to be at least in somewhat of a vicinity to Spiritborn, in my opinion. So, what changed from Gamescom to now? The Spirit Hall, the Jaguar Spirit Hall was every 4th time you deal direct damage to an enemy with Jag skills, unleash an additional strike dealing I don't know how much damage. I think this was also more. And when I saw this change in the Poison Centipede, yeah, you're probably not going to use Centipede, but there is a Touch of Death build which is giga bugged and it's one-shotting everything. I do hope they fix this in time though. So the Jaguar, when I saw this, that this changed from every 4th attack to every 15th attack, I was like, oh no, the only really thing that I really loved, the Jaguar Spirit Hall as a main, is dead. I was like, oh no, it's fucking dead. But then when we all thought, okay, Jaguar's fucking dead, right? And then we kept playing, and this is still more than fine. Look at this NEA having nerd. now we're good, cut. Now I can now I can say shit. I can blast everything. Jaguar is my absolute favorite when it comes to the Spirit Hall. Give me a real number. You mean for the expansion? Or what cut? $29.99 just for whatever you played. Yeah, I played the whole expansion. So, to put this into perspective, PoE right fucking now is a 9.3 out of 10. Okay? D4 in season 0 was a 4.5 out of 10 for me. And current season 5 D4 is a solid 6.3. I think with Vessel of Hatred releasing, we are looking at a 7. We are looking at a 7. There is still room to grow, and for a casual player, it's probably much higher and much better. But I am missing stuff for me, like leaderboards. I am missing a very, very difficult raid. I am missing an overarching progression system like the Atlas tree in PoE, for example. Right? So I would love... No, there are no leaderboards. Yeah, cut. Okay, I'll see you next expansion then, cut. Bye bye. Well, wait, no, I see you on November 15th then, yeah. What are the friends you made along the way? Oh no. I mean, yeah, that's okay, but holy. Fragpunk until the beta ends. What's that? Okay, I need more Spiritborn questions, boys. What is this? This looks cool. This looks Fortnite-y. Has this Overwatch and Valorant combined or something like that? Definitely looks like it, huh? This looks cool. This looks cool. I'll just request access. Oh, I can't. GG. Ah, is that Call of Duty thing that is like trying to wrestle with COD or what? Oh, Gazi is... I wanted... Okay, guys, help me decide. I played 50 hours in 4 days, holy. Do you guys want to talk to Gazi about literally everything, or do you first want to see the whole raid? Yeah, as a froggy, kinda, yes, but it's more about the combinations that you can make. Yes, babe. I'm playing an FPS. Talk it through. Talk? You want to talk with Gazi first, and then afterwards we can look at the 51-minute video of the Dark Citadel. You guys want to talk? Okay. Let me do this. Can I drop into Gazi? Let's see. Gazi.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, hi, Gazi.
Hi, yo, yo, yo.
Do you want to do the stream together thingy?
How? What do you mean?
Like the knock knock.
Fuck is that?
The new Twitch thingy.
How does that work?
I can knock. Look at your Twitch now.
Collaborate. So, what happens when I click accept here?
I'm naked.
Accept. What does this do? Twitch may record video, yada, yada, yada. Get started. You've done this before?
Yeah. But they have introduced a shared chat, which I have not yet seen. So the cool thing about this, you will have the access for a new browser source, which is going to be my camera. And then you can put it somewhere on your screen. And now
wait, browser source?
Yep.
Where?
It should be in the settings.
Okay.
And now we have a shared chat. This is what I wanted to try out. Holy, this works. I have your chat as well. Oh, this looks amazing.
Where do I see your chat? Oh, there. Shared chat. Oh.
So we have both. And then if you want, you can do a browser source, which is going to show my camera, but you obviously don't need to. Oh, this actually works. Holy, what
I
happens
never
if I
tried
type in?
this.
This is new. Test. Oh, this works. That's amazing.
Oh shit. I never tried this before.
That's pretty new. What's this? Performance issues detected. Oh.
Oh, that's not good. Wait, but my OBS is on my other rig.
Oh.
Oh.
Is that
but
why I
have
can't
another
see your camera, maybe? Well, I mean, it's
But
not
if-
necessary, but like, I mean, combining the chats is already cool, I think.
Oh, but I can start my other camera. Copy the browser URL, and it says you take part will display whenever you embed this. Copy. Confirm. Huh.
Did Gazzy share with you the color of his underwear? Oh no. I have AMA in my title. That was not a good idea. So, yeah.
Wait, are you seeing me on?
Yes, now it works. There you go.
I'm so confused right now.
Check out my stream.
And you're able to start your camera on your?
It should already be. Oh wait, am I not? Huh.
I
Oh
never
yeah,
tried
true.
this.
I have mine. For some reason, mine is not on. There you go.
I gotta try this. I need to send. Hold on. I need to send the browser to my other rig.
Sure. The thing is, we need to hang up on Discord then, because else there's going to be the delay, right? I think.
Oh, so we have to use the sound for that.
Yeah, on a dual PC, this is probably gonna be weird. Yeah. Let me entertain. I'll check out the ratings on IGN real quick. I want to see what's happening here. Okay. No, not IGN Germany. IGN.com. That's what I typed in. IGN Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. There we go. 29 minutes ago. Okay, so where are the numbers? Score 9? Ooh, okay.
But can you really trust IGN?
I don't know. 9 is that's pretty high. I would say. 9 out of 10? How true, they don't say out of how much. Yeah. Okay, what are the other sources? GameSpot.
Huh.
GameSpot, Vessel of Hatred. There we go. What do they say? They say... Oh, that's a lot of text. 8. They say 8. Okay.
9 out of 8.
9 out of 8. PC.
But I don't see, like, when the shared chat is, there's no indication that the chatter is from.
Oh, for me, it's like all over the place. It shows the icon, your profile picture, in front of the time in the OBS itself, at the front.
Wait, in OBS?
Yeah, in OBS.
I don't see the chat in OBS.
Oh.
I just have a dashboard.
Well, you could probably do you have it popped out, or how does it work?
Yeah, I do have it pop out.
Yeah, it should work there too. Okay, what does PC Gamer say? PC Gamer says 90.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. This is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how good it is going to be for podcasts, though. I would probably default to Discord for podcasts still until this is a little bit more stable, because sometimes the cameras obviously are not giga high quality.
Okay.
This is how it looks from our side. Okay, let me see.
Oh, you see? Okay, I
Oh, yeah,
see
there we go.
that. I don't see that in either of my chats.
Okay, that's weird.
That is very weird.
Okay, so we have actually very high reviews from IGN, PC Gamer, and GameSpot. Am I missing a big one?
Interesting.
I mean, we can also not do it. I didn't know you had a dual PC setup. That's obviously. Oh, there I am. I see myself.
Yeah, I put the browser plugin on the OBS. That seems to work.
Nice. Yo, Farmo Dre. Thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it.
Do you have your
Thank
sound on Discord or in the plugin right now?
This in which setting? What do you mean? Which one?
Yeah, I'm hearing you through Discord
Yes.
right now. That's good because I have I'm mute button.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Like,
I
can
have
mute
the same.
myself.
Yes, exactly. I have this. I can
Yeah.
mute to Discord as well. Yeah.
So this is weird. So I see Farmo Dre with a Prime sub. Is that for me or you?
That was wait. That should have been, wait. Now it's getting complicated. It shows my icon.
Because I don't see the icon and I didn't get a notification. So I'm assuming that's a sub for you.
Okay, that's weird. That's funny.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
This is how it looks for viewers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how I see it as well. Like no icon.
Subs for everyone. Oh, maybe we get duplicated subs now.
Yeah.
I mean, we can also do it the traditional way if you don't want to waste time.
That's fine, man. Waste time, or I mean, it's not much we can do other than talk about it. So this is fine. I can have you on the screen.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd have to enable the cameras on Discord and then share that. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, we also don't. Wait, what's that? Now, is that for me or is that for you too?
Okay, so now
question.
Here's the thing. I see it says gifted a sub in Gassy TV's community, but my I don't see the notification
In the
on my
activity
stream
view?
elements.
Yeah, I do see the stuff for me.
Well, thanks so much, UC 2K13 for the gift, man. Like, but it doesn't show up in notification.
Yeah, I think it's for me. I'm yoinking all the subs now. This was my intent to start out with. Yoink.
Huh. And I see he gifted one to you as well.
Wait,
It looks
to
like.
both?
No.
Read above? Oh, I'm gifted just now.
Okay, so here's the thing. It says, is gifting a sub to Gassy TV's community, and in the shared chat is gifting a sub to Chronic's community. What? Like, one of my dashboard says to mine, and then the shared chat says to yours.
Lol.
What the fuck?
Maybe we found a hack. Maybe we can duplicate subs
Oh,
now.
I like that scene of yours. I have one as well.
That's the snap camera. They control it with channel points. Oh, you have the same one.
But I don't have it on the... You have a virtual camera.
Yeah, that's the snap camera from back then, you know.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, because I have another camera for you right now.
This is the Twitch
And that's on my
administration
gaming
team.
rig, and then I have
Please
another
look
one for the
to
stream
friend
rig.
right now.
Sorry, say again.
Oh, that was interesting. Sorry?
Can you repeat the last thing?
No, I said I have one camera for our conversation now.
Yeah.
That's not with the... we see the green in the background.
Yes.
And then I have another camera for my OBS with a chroma key on.
Is that a virtual camera then? Or is that the same physical camera?
The two different physical cameras.
Oh, okay. Why do you do that?
You're both listed as +1 in follow channels. This is so weird. This is so awkward.
We're breaking Twitch. I just wanted to test. I was
Clearly.
like, huh. And I have this,
Yeah, I
this
mean, I don't
guest
mind it.
star scene, the browser source set up anyway, like this. And then I was like, you know what, let's try it because of that. I wanted to see the shared chat because that is new. I tried this stream together thing, like I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago with Woody, but the shared chat is making. I think that's the cool part about it, when you can kind of like combine all the chats, and then especially when you're talking about Vessel of Hatred and you have like a lot of questions, and you can kind of see both, right? I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just wish I saw Icon who's chatting in whose chat.
Let me see. So when I have... Oh, now I see the problem though. When I watch your stream, I don't see it as well. I obviously recognize the people from my chat, but I don't... There's no... It's not being pointed out. But in my OBS, I see it.
But you're using like slobs or something?
No. OBS.
It's like the OBS Studio, because I don't see the chat in OBS Studio.
I do. Maybe if you enable the dock, maybe it's
Where
then
is
it's there.
the dock?
The dock and then chat.
I don't have chat in there.
Wait, what? Uh-oh. Yeah, better
That's
not
the
reset
browser.
docs. That's not gonna be good.
Let's not do that on
No,
stream.
let's not do that. That's gonna be bad.
All right, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
So like, but if I go to the stream, the shared chat is automatically active. Oh, okay, okay.
Wait, do you see it in your chat though? When you are like this? No, you don't, right?
No.
I don't see it in yours either. Do I see it in mine?
It's
I
so
see it in my
weird.
OBS though, which is perfect, right, for me. Nope, I don't see it when I'm on my Twitch page. I don't see it either.
No. Interesting. Huh. All right, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
Tired.
Tired? Yeah, you just said you were. Wait, I probably can't close this, right? You said you were ill during the review access period.
No, it was right before. Like my daughter just started kindergarten, and she's been spending time with some other kids who's been to kindergarten. So I've been like super sick for almost a month. It feels like, and now she started kindergarten this week. But no, we had a PoE had a gauntlet race.
Yes.
So I did that, family time daughter, and then I took sleep hours to play the D4 review.
Oh no. Yeah, I didn't get to play this and the gauntlet before. I'm a huge PoE fiend usually, but the problem is I started like this whole streaming career thing with the start of D4, so I obviously have been putting a lot of time into that, therefore kind of like neglecting PoE completely. And this gauntlet was, I was so much looking forward to playing this, but I was not able to because I had to focus the time on the review access. So that was a bit unfortunate, but we're going to get hopefully our PoE fix in quite some time, huh? November 15th.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. We'll see how that goes. I died rank 3. Was almost going to get rank 2 in Guardian. That's when I died. I was like, I really want to race. And I was like, okay, I got to cut this off because now I got to play 8 hours, 10 hours of D4.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
How?
Well, that's what I've been doing.
It was so interesting when you said about the hardcore, softcore stuff. I've just now been going back and forth between like hardcore and softcore and how good it is for for you as a content creator, because you also said you started out as a hardcore player, or you want to play your hardcore stuff, right? So I'm in that exact dilemma right now of trying to go back and forth between softcore would be the smart play, but the gamer in me wants to have fun in hardcore, right? So it's like Gauntlet would have been perfect for this, right?
Yeah. No, I raced for 5 years in hardcore before I went softcore. But that's like the reason I went softcore was it was easier to maintain build guides and whatnot. It's okay to die, so I could like go super low budget and see where the breaking point is. Like this is where you have to upgrade your gear, etc., stuff like that. So it's just easier in softcore. So I get my hardcore fix with the gauntlet races. That's basically how I do it nowadays, at least.
Yeah, I was very.
But,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was like so close to saying, okay, F it, I go softcore this time around, because exactly that, right? I want to be able to maintain the guides, find that breakpoint of like absolute minimum. Even though it's a little bit easier in D4 than it is in PoE, it still needs to be done, right? And sure, I can pretty well estimate the absolute minimum at this point, but obviously I would still like to find the correct absolute minimum. So I was like, okay, I'd rather go softcore this time around. But then again, with like the Dark Citadel releasing and be able to kind of like go for something now, have a competition going, I was like, okay, no, I can't. Like if I imagine not being at least part of the race, or maybe even being part of the team that kills the T4 Dark Citadel first, I would never forgive myself. So I'm like, okay, this time I'll still do hardcore, and then next season we'll see. Because there's like no competition, probably. If they add leaderboards, well, then I play hardcore. But as long as that's not the case, it doesn't make sense to play hardcore, I think, in D4 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. When it comes to like the review access, did you exclusively play the Spiritborn, or you tested anything else?
I did also a little bit necro stuff, because I was not a little bit, actually a bit necro stuff, because I'm also obviously responsible for the necro guides, yeah. So I had to kind of like divide my attention between the two, but thankfully we did have a lot of time on the PTR without the Spiritborn, so I got a lot of time in on the necro there, could check all my builds, especially with the huge benefits that we have, where you could just click and gain your items, right? It still wasn't perfect, but at least it was way better than having to grind for everything. So I could already get quite a lot of work in during the PTR, so I didn't have to do as much in the review access on necro. So I could literally, how do you say, 80-20 maybe, or 70-30 for Spiritborn, spend the time like that.
That's fair. So, I mean, obviously, my understanding is that the Spiritborn won't have any direct changes compared to what we experience in the review access, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm really curious about, because it did not come up in the patch notes. But I sure hope so, because there is a bugged Touch of Death build that has an interaction where it basically replenishes the dot effect and the direct hit effect constantly, and it triggers itself. What is going on? Holy. And therefore does insane amount of damage. So I do really hope they can still fix that before the game goes live, because if that goes live, then it's like 28 combo point rogue is back, you know. Even worse. Right?
Much worse. It reminded me a little bit about the like, I didn't put up a Touch of Death build guide because of that, but I'm not sure, because it feels like I couldn't determine the performance of it without the bugged interaction.
Yes. It's also,
and that made it a bit rough.
It's very hard for us to imagine the build without that interaction, because it just like it just kills the thing instantly. You can't even get any data from the build, because it just kills everything instantly, right? So it's like Touch of Death is as soon as hopefully the bug is fixed, we kind of all have to find the correct way again to make it. To build it, but until then it's going to be very interesting. But I do have to be honest, I'm not really a big Centipede enjoyer.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a big Centipede enjoyer. I love Jaguar main Spirit Hall.
I mean, if we look at the leveling of Spiritborn, I felt like on a ranking scale, it felt like doubling down on circles was a play. The problem was sky power was required for it, and that was very wonky. Very wonky.
Yeah.
Like with how it moved, right?
Yep.
And that led us to that moved us into what I deemed to be the only feasible way to play, which is like the whole block, dodge, chance, passive approach, armored hide, and counterattack, right? And that's like the thing you do, nothing else. And then you just smack on whatever other abilities you're actually doing damage with on top of that.
Yes.
And that kind of emphasized the whole the counterattack gets the passive crit, and then you put the Jaguar crit damage scaling for the small passives. And that all just said, you're now going to either use the Jaguar skill, or you have to take Jaguar as your main Spirit Hall. That's it for endgame pushing. I'm not sure if there was any other performing builds.
There is a But now they like I think Jaguar Spirit Hall main is super not OP, but is just outshining the others immensely.
Yes.
Right?
100%.
Especially late game. Sure, you might not really use it that much during leveling, but as soon as enemies stay alive for a couple of seconds and you can actually start hitting them more than 2 or 3 times, then Jaguar just goes crazy. And I played Spiritborn at Gamescom, where it was obviously level 30 and not all of these new changes in. The Jaguar Spirit Hall currently says the every 15 attacks it is going to re-trigger the stuff. At Gamescom it was every 4. And you can only imagine how crazy that would have been. Yeah, when I saw the 15 instead of the 4, I was like, okay, my Jaguar love Spirit Hall is dead. But it actually ended up being still so incredibly good. It's insane.
I actually used Jaguar for most of the leveling, but more so for the passive scaling of it than the actual effect of it, just to make them Jaguar skills, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I felt like, again, like that alone through the passives just outshining the other approaches. The Ego was like, Gorilla felt really wonky, and Centipede was nice for the CC and the damage to CC enemies and whatnot, but I don't know, like how much did you level with a Centipede?
Yeah, it's 0 at all. Like I was like,
really?
I made one Spiritborn. I went and played around with it a little bit, and I was like, yeah, it's not my thing. It really, I don't know. I think Stinger is okay. Stinger is a cool spell, but it just doesn't fascinate me as much as, for example, Quill Volley or Rock Splitter or Crushing Hand. Stuff like that is like way more interesting to me than Stinger itself. But yeah, of
like
course.
my experience like leveling with it was like, I went Stinger first. I like the Centipede thematically, and it felt good as a playing, but we didn't have the renowns. I had to play normal and then over to the hard difficulty, and it was like I felt like I should be able to do better, especially when I got a power archer. It's like I should be able to do higher. What's going on, right? So I finished off the first leveling with that. And once you get everything up and running, you have all the full Centipede stuff. I didn't do the armor stacking or the counterattack at that point. I just went full Centipede, the thematic approach to it. And it was just, it did normal difficulty, but as soon as I stepped up in difficulty, it just started dying all over the place. And then the second leveling I did, I went Quill Volley. And I read the Rock Splitter second node to get the Vigor on block and the block chance.
Yeah.
And having that and the Vigor generation from the core skill passive and just Quill Volley in that. So you had this builder spender playstyle, which we try to avoid as a Necro all the time, right? We don't want to have like a basic skill to generate Vigor essence with. But that felt like it was just insane because Quill Volley was like literally 2-3 shotting like bigger rares or bigger elites, and the smaller ones just died even on experts with very low amounts of gear. And Rake did really well, felt smooth compared to Stinger leveling, and it was like I don't even know what to say. It was like night and day difference with how much better specifically Quill Volley was for the leveling approach compared to the Centipede thing. And then when we saw that interaction with the Touch of Death, I was like, "Oh, great, we have a really cool one." And then I realized that this is not okay.
Yeah. No, I
just felt really bad.
I'm a big fan of Quill Volley. I like being kinda range, which I would call Quill Volley, right? It's like pseudo range, but you still want to be close to shotgun. But it feels kinda range to me, so I'm happy. And I like attacking fast, and I like having a lot of hits. And Quill Volley with the Jaguar Spirit Hall as a main is just the thing that I love about it. And also when you play Progedy's Tempo, which is the key passive that is resetting for the people in chat, and probably a lot of people are not really familiar yet with Spiritborn, and then every time you hit stuff with your core skills, you are resetting all of your skills. And this is literally my absolute most loved power fantasy. Attacking fast, resetting your cooldowns, having a lot of hits. This is so good. I love that.
Yeah.
So I was a big fan of Quill Volley and spent most of my time with Quill Volley as well.
No.
I'm showing boss footage of Torment 3 bosses right now, and chat says streamers aren't even in Torment 4. Yeah, the thing about Torment 4 is that it is taking much longer to kill the bosses. So we rather do them on Torment 3. That was the reason behind Torment 4. But we could have done this on Torment 4. This was just for like an...
you got a link to that, so I'll show my stream as well.
Oh, this is a private... this is a recording that I have on my PC right now.
Oh, okay.
Can I share this somehow?
Oh, on Discord, you can share the screen.
Oh, true. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Let me do this.
It's like...
Hopefully this is not going to overload my PC though. Okay. Uh-oh. So if my stream dies, I'm sorry. Do you see this?
So this is Torment 3, right?
Yeah, this is Torment 3 just doing bosses for the next...
And wait, hold on. You have Ravager, Rushing Claw, Quill Volley, Rock Splitter.
Yes.
Rock Splitter, and then counterattack, right?
No counterattack. No, this is Rushing Claws and the Ravager, Crushing Height, and Quill Volley, Rock Splitter, and Jaguar
right.
Ultimate. Yeah, and the cool thing about this, what's really important about like the basic attacks, I want to kind of like point this out. You don't have this generator spender thing going on Spiritborn. The cool thing about most of the basic skills is that they are gap closers built into them most of the time, right?
Yeah.
And the cool thing about Rock Splitter in particular is every time you I think it's a 5-second duration of the buff, you can increase your block chance by pressing Rock Splitter like every 5 seconds or so, which is going to be amazing because the block chance you have directly increases the damage that you deal with certain aspects. So you have this positive feedback loop going on there all the time, and then your block. You increase your block damage reduction while generating vigor when you block, and also increasing your crit damage depending on your block chance. So there is a lot of stuff like that just goes crazy. I do love
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I do love a lot of interactions, but the numbers are a little bit on the higher end, I would say so far. But I mean, wouldn't you probably do the same way when you have to like bring out a new class? It would probably also tune it a little bit on the safer side if I were in their position, so I can't really blame them.
Yeah, fair. I don't know, I feel like Rock Splitter seems to be like the number one skill that people will use in general for endgame builds, simply because like I felt like the circle doubling down on that just felt so wonky that what you'd have to do is run like the Jaguar main skill for the hits because of the bosses taking longer time to kill, and Quill Volley just excels on that so well. And then you have the block chance and the vigor generation through Rock Splitter. So like the other basic skills felt so underwhelming in comparison for endgame builds. So you'll do it every 5 seconds or whatever it was.
Yeah, 5 or 7, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get that block chance, and then you either run passive crit scaling through counterattack. And you definitely want to have the Armored Hide. You have your Resolve through there, which is also damage mitigation, and you just go absolutely ham with it. And then you have the Hunter and the Rushing Claw for the general mobility when you're clearing through contents. You have these gap closes and just be able to literally speed farm that way. And it felt really good. It's like leveling part, you have Rock Splitter being a vigor generation, and then in the end game, you get to the state that you guys are watching now on the stream for both streams right now, where you're basically sustaining the vigor.
Yeah, there is also I think it was called Midnight Sun Unique Ring, which is insane. It gives you 50% of the resource you spent back in the last 2 seconds, but it only counts for one skill. We tested that a little bit. But then again, if you have 100% increased resource generation, if you want to do that, you get 100% resource back all the time. So it's kind of this is gonna be something that probably has to be taken care of after some time. But yeah, it's like I do, as a build creator, I really love the amount of possibilities that you have. I thought when I was making the build guides going into the review access, I was relying so much on the Mystic Circles because they provided so much power. And as you already said, right, I was thinking about having to play around them, and I was like, oh god, please, I don't want Spiritborn to be this clunky, right? And then and the sky
power is really wonky as well as a result. It just made it even worse. So it's like you guys are like you're showing now on the screen. It's like The play was either doubling down a circle, which requires sky power, which for those of you who are not aware, it moves the circle with you with a lucky hit through eagle skills, and it was very wonky to use and it was very clunky to play, and that just resulted in the other way of playing the Spiritborn for the high end game was basically stacking dodge and block, and you have two choices of running that. Like you have counterattack, and then you have the rock splitter and the armored hide, which seems to be like the number one way of playing it. And that's about it. That felt like it was going to be the main way of playing, because I don't see how you would be able to handle endgame without it, because of how much layers of defense that gives you on top of the vigor sustain that it also brings to the table. Like it's like a trick of all trades, right? So you have everything covered, both offensively, defensively, and your resource sustain by going with this whole armor stacking approach with it. I mean, you see the resource here, the vigor that what you're playing. Like you're using rock splitter not as a resource management, but just to get the block, and then you just spam it up your quill volley from there.
Yeah, it's basically an offensive buff, right? That is increasing your damage that way. That's how you can kind of view the rock splitter in this build. But then again, I had a starless, and so that kind of plays into it, right? So that's obviously a little bit playing into all of the thing. This is obviously a lot of time invested into the character, yeah. But I mean, then again, the PoE blasters are gonna achieve this build in like 3-4 days, 5 days or so of playing easily. So I don't really worry about it. But then again, it's fine. Like you gotta look at at this point, I look at D4 as like having 1 to 2 weeks of fun with a build and then swapping off to the next one and then extending by maybe a week per build that I play, and that's more than fine for me at this point. As long as there is no real leaderboard or anything, I'm actually okay with getting like 3 to 4 weeks out of D4 at this point. Obviously, if you're only interested in one build per season, well, then it's going to be hard getting 3 weeks out of the game, and even in its current state, I think. Maybe, of course, with the expansion releasing, you will be fine. You have 3 weeks of content, but in Season 7, Season 8, when there is... when the Dark Citadel Undercity is not as new as it is right now, then getting 3 weeks with just one build is going to be rough. But I like to extend the playtime by just playing another cool build, and there's actually quite a lot of them for other classes. Yeah, we have Rogue with Dance of Knives. Like, come on, who didn't love GOD Demon Hunter in Diablo 3, right? It's literally back. So you got to play that this season. You got to play the new Sorg build. I forgot the name. Elemental Constellation. So boom, you're already in like 4 weeks, right? With just like 3 characters that you're playing, and you can even extend if you want to play more cool builds. So it's definitely getting there, in my opinion.
That's fair. Did you have a planner made for this? Because I saw the planners were the planner D4 builds, like it wasn't updated. Like there was missing a lot of stuff. It was really fucking annoying.
Ours is updated, yeah. I can send you this if you want.
Yeah, sure. I'll take a look at it later.
I still need to do like the leveling version and anything. I didn't have time to finalize this build yet. I still need to make the video about it as well. So I can send you like this version that you see right now. But if you have a couple of days, not a couple, but like 2 or 3, I can give you the leveling stuff as well. How I wanted to.
No, I have a leveling. Well, I'd happily take a look at your stuff as well.
Okay, sure. Then I'll.
How was the sustain without Starless though? Because that was one of the things I realized. Like during the leveling part, you had to do this whole build spender because you weren't sustaining, or at least I wasn't with the leveling stuff that I was doing. I had to succumb into or lean into using my base skill to recover during the leveling part of it before I was able to sustain.
Yeah, what I did before this endgame version basically was I played the Eagle Ultimate, which makes stuff permanently vulnerable when it's active. And then I played with the Vital Strikes that constantly removes the vulnerable and gives you vigor back.
Yeah. So for bosses, you just smack that out and you reset the cooldown. Yeah.
You get you generate vigor like crazy, right? And then the cool thing about the Eagle Ultimate is it has multiple charges. So you can kind of spam it, and with enough cooldown reduction, and you can also temper the Seeker charges, so you can get up to 5 or 6. You can basically maintain your resource, but you unfortunately have to go the way of press your ultimate, then hold down right click instead of just holding down right click, right? That's probably going to be something that I'm going to save for the leveling guide. And then you can play a Cursed Touch, which is also going to apply vulnerable as well, because sometimes you take the vulnerable off faster than the Seeker reapplies it, and then if you get unlucky, you can empty your resource. So you want to have as many vulnerable applications as possible. So you put it on your ring, maybe with the Seeker, and then you can also make Soar have a small vulnerable area around your character, and then you're gonna be fine for the leveling process. For this specific, right?
Yeah,
and
for this specific approach.
And if you don't have any of those, you just, well, unfortunately during leveling you sometimes have to press Rock Splitter then.
Yeah. I mean that's like the early levels of how you sustain, anyways, throughout the level until you have everything set up. So I was trying to find it earlier, but they had a note somewhere in the Discord where they talked about the actual rate of which that applied.
I think the Seeker is 0.3 and the Soar is 0.5. Right, so if you only have one effect and you get a little bit unlucky and you have quite a lot of attack speed with playing Jaguar and the other stuff, you actually can get very high attack speed with Quill Volley early on already. Then you can kind of like empty it sometimes, or not sustain at least. I sent you the endgame planner in the Discord, so I don't forget.
Yeah. Got it. Fucked it.
I'll send you a screenshot as well, how it looks on my OBS.
Yeah, I don't have the doc, so I can't see it. Like, one of the problems I had in general was, like, one of the big things with the Spiritborn was the Vigor Sustain, right? And there's a handful of ways you can deal with it. And I felt like Rock Splitter was like, it's just too good not to. It's gap close, it felt really good, like the fluent gameplay of it. And the whole vulnerable and dispelling the vulnerable for Vigor Sustain is like such a solid way to do it. And then when you have everything set up and you're like with the endgame version, Starless Skies obviously helps a lot with that, allowing you to not need to use the whole dispel thing. Yep. But like you're running is it Planes of Power, the Gorilla Circle?
Yes, this is the Gorilla Circle for defense. Yeah.
So like I like the approach of that for bosses specifically, but like that's what I was talking about before. You like the approach of the gameplay was always like you want to use one, but you don't need to double dip it. But that's exclusively for bossing, no other purpose whatsoever. It's only for the bossing approach.
The forest power or what? Like,
yeah.
I actually liked it a lot in the pit as well, because it keeps refreshing the barrier and it kind of keeps you safe. But the problem is, if you have one big hit or multiple, it only works if you're not pushing the absolute maximum of content, because then it's not going to keep you safe alone. But as long as you're pushing like 65, 70 pit, it is more than enough to sustain the damage actually, because it keeps replenishing the barrier. So you are basically constantly fine. So it's actually pretty good for like, can you call it early endgame? I'm not sure. Or late mid game, something in between there. It's actually pretty good, the forest power on the defensive side. And this is actually my only defensive power. We talked about this. Is it? Yeah, it's my only defensive power. We talked about this already, right? You have so much block. You have so much block damage reduction that you just passively scale. It's actually insane how few things you have to invest defensively into the character to become very tanky.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole, like, the synergy between how you scale offensive through your defensive approaches of the build, right? Yeah. Like, if you compare this to, like, say the Necromancer, for example, like, there's not a single Necromancer build that's not going to run hard on bones. And the only purpose of that is damage reduction, as an example of that. And, like, Necro is already in a point where it's like, you need to have your defenses sorted, and you have to sacrifice offensive slots to get defensive scaling, which has always been a problem with the Necro in general because of the socket starvation, especially when you go into like the minion era of things. You always have to replace and basically complement and try to find like a breaking point. This is enough defense. Good, now I can do my offensive scaling. Like, it's easier with the higher end game gear, of course, but that's always going to be the problem. Whereas the Spiritborn is like, yeah, I don't really care. I can use one and it's nice, but other than that, everything I have that's defensively oriented is just going to be for the sake of offense. And I don't know, I like the approach of it. It feels like it's well-rounded beast, if you will, in that sense, compared to the other classes, which always have to make sacrifices to get the defense scaling up.
Yeah, this is probably also why it is so good, right? Because it has these positive feedback loops. With scaling one thing, you scale the other thing. This is what I love so much about like Archmage, Ice Nova, or Frostbolts. Yeah, it's like all these things where you can scale your defense and also feel good about it because you're also scaling your offense at the same time. Just makes it feel so good in an ARPG. Yeah, it is something like that. Always makes me happy if this is present in a game. I can't really think about anything in D4 that does it at the level that the Spiritborn does it as, right? Like Necro doesn't really do it. Sorg doesn't really do it. Barb doesn't really well, I mean, you have overpower, right?
Yeah.
So that is the probably the only thing that could come close to Spiritborn. Yeah. So that's why I love Blood Surge and Bloodlands so much. Because it's exactly that positive feedback loop, which is just built into Spiritborn anyway. Yeah. It definitely.
That's also like.
Go ahead.
Well, that's also why I like CI builds in PoE, for example. It's like, or int stackers and stuff like that, because like every investment you make for your defensive purposes will also scale your offenses. It feels like you get more value of each investment, and I feel like the Spiritborn does that in a very effective way. And builds that, at least in D4, like Findal in chat is saying, like Fortify and Druid can scale both, but it's not great. Like that's the thing, right? They're not that great at it, whereas the Spiritborn just does it so natural. Like it's the core design of it, which makes it so comfortable to play, and the fluid combat play style of it feels really good as well.
Yeah, it's like it's a masterclass of a class. I'm happy, especially with like where it's starting out. Yeah. It's like where it's starting out, and there is obviously, now that the masses get their hands on it, imagine how it's going to look like half a year down the line when some people have found out some stuff that needs to be improved, and then it's just gonna be, I don't know, I'm going to return to Spiritborn probably every season for the next year or so, because it's just so much fun, right?
Oh yeah. No, it really felt good. Like I feel like everyone talked about how the Spiritborn was like Druid 2.0, and after we played it so much, to me it's like, it feels like thematically it's Druid 2.0, but it plays like a better version of a rogue. Would you agree with that?
Yes. And it's I feel
like this
is very well said. Yeah, and I also think it, due to these combinations that you can do, you always feel like, you know, that's like, you always feel great about coming up with them, right? They're not as obvious sometimes. Obviously, at some point, everyone will come up with all the possibilities that you can have to combine the stuff, but it just feels good to go like, oh, I can actually combine this with that now, and this is going to activate point 3, and then and just feels good, right? It's exactly the same how you are scaling defense and getting offense. It also just feels good. And I think Spiritborn has a lot of these things baked into it that just naturally feel good in an ARPG.
Yeah.
And the play style is amazing. Like, you're jumping around, you're super fast, you basically have 200% permanent movement speed all of the time. I mean, come on, that's so good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were saying that they're gonna make the Spiritborn's gonna make Druid feel bad, and after playing it, it feels like it doesn't play at all like a Druid. It plays way more like a super mobile, fluent rogue. And if anything, I feel like Spiritborn is gonna make rogue feel bad.
Yes, that's actually true. What I always love, though, about Druid is the amount of kind of like not straightforward thinking that you have to do, right? The combinations that you have on the Druid make it very unique and interesting. But they just took that and put it on the Spiritborn too, so you get this feeling of, oh, I'm smart, when you're combining like some stuff together, right? Where you get the mini PoE dopamine rush of finding a cool interaction or something like that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I really much like that.
So someone mentioned earlier, like, oh, why didn't you do this on Tier 4, for example? So something I talked about before I called you was expectations from the community. We talked about this at the Discord server as well. Like, tier 4 is supposed to be like super aspirational, right? But a tier 1 tournament, you can do everything in the game. That's like the end game. I wonder how the community will perceive the game in a sense of builds quality, right? Because you can make endgame builds handle tournament 1, tournament 2, and like if you get Giga Gear, okay, you can go tournament 3, and then if you get super good, you can maybe handle tier 4. Is that going to be considered a good build, or are the community going to say, well, if it can't handle farming tier 4 effectively, then it's the bad build? Because only the meta builds will be able to do tier 4 with high-end gear. And I'm like a little concerned with how the community will actually perceive this, because it feels like a good build can farm tier 1, and with better gear you can go higher, and depending on if it's meta or not, it will be able to do higher tier of tournaments, whereas only the meta builds are actively going to be staying in tier 4. What's your take on that?
I fully agree. And it's probably going to be also a big problem for the community itself. We already saw the same thing happening with tormented bosses. Everyone was unhappy, or the community mainly was unhappy that they are not able to do tormented bosses, so they weren't doing anything whatsoever. They didn't want to settle with the less efficient thing, and instead were arguing and mad about not being able to go for the tormented bosses, right? You might look back to season 4 when they had to lower their HP by 30%. Yeah, that was amazing, and an amazing, not an amazing, but like a huge change, right? I'm not a fan of that, but that was a huge change to the HP pool, and then it has gotten better. And I see the same problem basically standing in front of us with T4, because it's the same thing in D3, where you are only really playing the game if you're in the last torment tier. So this time, instead of 16, we do have 4. Right, so it is always going to be, well, you're farming on T3, you should be doing this on T4. And I do think this is going to have these feel-bad moments for a lot of the players, because T4 is actually not easy, right, in terms of the requirements for your character. So I do definitely feel like there is going to be a problem standing right at our doorsteps when people get to know what the difference in loot is going to be from T3 to T4, because it's not going to be marginal, right? It's going to be a huge difference in efficiency and a huge step up, and you want to go to T4, but a lot of people, even if they have the S tier builds, probably still can't get to T4, which is constantly reminding you of that feel-bad moment that people had in Season 4 when they weren't able to do tormented bosses and had to go back to the normal versions of them.
I think that's a fair take. I don't know, like a lot of it is about communication, right? And they've been very, very vocal about how tier 4 is like super aspirational, right? And they also emphasize several times over with how insanely how important it is that the entire endgame is T1, right? But I mean, we know for a fact that the majority of the player base is, not the gamers that are blasting. It's the people that don't even watch Twitch or YouTube videos and all that.
Yep.
And they will have, like, I'm not sure how the perception will be from those people in terms of the performance of the actual end game, of dictating where the actual expectation of what you can do with X or Y build, right? So, I mean, we as streamers can communicate it to some degree. It's like, well, this is the end game. Now we can chase the aspirational. You can play a very good end game build that might cap out at T1, T2, and now you need really good gear to handle tier 3. You can handle tier 4 to some degree, but it's not going to be super comfortable. And that will be considered, at least according to the gamers, an actual good build, even if you can't do tier 4 very effectively. Because the tier 4 seems to be, based on what we've seen so far, the actual super aspirational. This is like the area that meta builds are supposed to be in, and not every build is going to be meta, right?
Yeah. Like
so I don't know.
There's definitely going to be builds that can efficiently farm T4, but there's also going to be a lot of builds that should, to be efficient and not like collect EPN points, basically, they should ideally go to T3 and farm there for efficiency.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I think there's going to be
and this is a problem, I think, for some people, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. It's definitely going to be a problem. Not sure how to tackle that or how they're going to be able to handle that, because the other part of it is that for the gamers that wants to push, that wants to play the game for more than a couple of weeks, that really want to chase these aspirational parts, they need this tier 4 to actually have that goal.
Yes.
Because otherwise it's like, why bother pushing the pit? Why bother maximizing your glyphs? Or why bother doing this and that if there's nothing else that your character's going to be able to beat? It's like in PoE, right? You get a full mirror gear set and everything. You have like top dog. You're doing everything. You're killing uber bosses in a half second. And what now? Like, why bother upgrading your character more? There's no point. Whereas with a tier 4, you need so much to handle tier 4 comfortably.
Yeah, but then again, you might be a little bit too good in PoE. That's why you view it that way, I think, Gazzy. Because for you, the Uber boss, you blast it in a second, yeah? Or in 0.5 seconds. So I think the person that is going to get stuck in T2 and T3 is also equivalent to getting stuck with finger quotes in normal bosses in PoE. And I think I was just about to ask you, why is it not a big problem in PoE that people complain that they are not able to do Uber bosses? And I might be too far away from the whole PoE community, but I at least feel like not a lot of people complain about not being able to do Uber bosses. Whereas I think a lot of people were complaining about not being able to do torment bosses, which they now can, but on a lower torment tier, which is kind of the same as Uber bosses and normal bosses in PoE, right? So you have the T2, T3 equivalent to the bosses in PoE, and you have the T4 equivalent to the Uber bosses. And I don't know, maybe you can fill in the gaps here when it comes to how do people, like the casual player is probably not defeating Uber bosses, or am I wrong here?
No, that's definitely not going to happen.
Right, so and how is the perception of that player when it comes to not being able to defeat Uber bosses?
I think it has to do with communication. Like, the expectation and the way the game is set up, not just from what they're saying, because not everyone is watching, not everyone is playing the game, is watching the streams or the dev streams, reveal streams, and all those things, right? A lot of people just log in to play the game, right? And the way the game is communicating that indeed this is the end game. In PoE you get your void stones, clearing your maps. You drop a tier 17 map, and Uber bosses, you only get access to them by clearing tier 17. And if your build can handle tier 17, you should be able to handle Uber bosses to some degree as well. They're hard if you're not playing a meta build and whatnot. So I think that the communication the game is presenting is putting an expectation that you are not going to be able to even try until your character is actually ready to do it. Whereas the communication in D4 is a little different, right? Because in D4, you have access to the very same boss, and you just change the difficulty to tier 4. Now you're in T4 Torment. Now you're getting your shit packed in, right? There's no gap or content that your character has to be able to bypass for you to be able to even try that aspirational content. I think that's the communication issue, where how the game is presenting that information to the players that's making that a problem compared to how PoE is doing it, I think. But that's just my take on it.
Mm-hmm. But then aren't they trying to move towards that direction with how much they said, this is very hard and very aspirational?
But that's communication that they've done on a vocal and a written standpoint. It's not something that the game is presenting, because the game itself is like, you can just lickety go to the difficulty shrine and say, well, now I'm going to do tier 4.
I understand what you're saying now. Yep, I get it.
So I think it has a lot to do with like how the UI and the game itself is telegraphing that communication to the player base. I think that's the issue. Like, I don't think it's a big issue, because they can't really do much more with the way they've set up the core of the game, right? With how the difficulty scaling, the system itself works, right? So I don't think they'll ever get out of that. But we'll see how the community will dictate what a good build is versus meta builds, right? Because like we had this issue in Last Epoch, right? Where people were like, yeah, if you could do 300 corruption in Last Epoch, that's a good build. And then they watch some videos or they watch some streamers doing thousands of corruption. Suddenly the perception shifted to, your build's shit if you're not doing 1,000 corruption. But there was very few builds that were able to do that, right? So the perception is so important, right? We talked about this a lot in PoE a couple of years back. They made some changes to loot where people were getting the number said that they were dropping way more currency than ever, yet the perception that people had was that there wasn't enough loot. So the numbers and what the reality is does not matter if the feeling and perception of when you're playing is the direct opposite. Then there's something else that needs to be changed, right? And that matters more than reality, if you will, right? So I have no idea how the perception of the community is going to be when it comes to the difficulty scaling for these bosses and how it's going to pan out, because the perception is going to also dictate how we as guide creators are going to make our guides. Because if the perception is saying, well, the build's only good if it is able to farm tier 3 torment effectively with not too much investment, suddenly the good builds that we are going to label with our, the tier listing of our builds will be heavily impacted with the perception of the community, less so than what we assume or what we think of and what we deem to be X, Y, or Z, right?
Oh, by the way, on sorry to interrupt. Right there, I was able to trade a mythic unique, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
It was only the shroud we were able to trade. I don't know. Mippy noticed and he was like, trade it to me. I'm like, and that doesn't work. And then he like, yeah, trade it. I'm sorry. No, but
it was not a count bound.
No, it was the count bound.
Yeah,
that was the only one. Yeah. And then I was checking my others, as you can see, they're account bound. So I was like, huh? But yeah, I was literally able to trade the mythic unique on the review access. That was funny. No, you are 100% right. I'm just thinking of how to solve the issue, because they kind of try to do it with the pit, right? The T4 is grayed out until you clear the tier 65 pit. So maybe what they should instead do is just not show T4 at all until you cleared pit tier 65. So you don't have this thing dangling in front of your head showing you how not good of a player you are. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a smart way of doing this. It's not our job to come up with solutions, yeah? But yeah. I don't know if that would help the community perceiving their build as good or bad, or them having fun or not, depending on how far they can push whatever they're doing, right?
I like the idea of, well, they kind of fucked up, like, you make a twin character, you can't go to Penitent, right? But they fixed that.
Yes.
I think that's important for alts. What I think is, I like the idea that you talked about. Maybe not hiding it, but locking it, saying like, if you want to go to this difficulty, you have to defeat these or that, right?
Oh, you do have to though at the moment.
Yeah, but like way more than likely. It's
okay.
Not that hard to
put
get
it in your Okay, now I understand. Yeah, okay.
So basically, to create this expectation that if you want to push to this type of difficulty, you have but no choice to go through these stepping stones, like you said, like pit level and whatnot. Like, okay, if you're going to do tier 4, you need to do this tier pit to even remotely have a chance of surviving in the tier 4. And having that telegraph will force people to actually engage with these cons and be like, okay, well, I want to go into this difficulty. I have to go through these check marks to open that up for my character. And that will prevent a lot of people from going in and getting their shit backed in and feeling bad about it. I saw someone in chat saying that he said, it was Yanni, he said, I've worked at GameStop. I've literally had people come to me, ask me how to defeat or beat certain bosses. Some people just demand to see everything a game has to offer if they pay $70 for it. I'm not sure how it is when it comes to like paid games and how the casual players or that kind of player base is viewing things or their perception of it. Because it's like, sure, you paid for a game. Are they then expecting to see everything? I think that's way out of my experience or the way I see gaming in general. Because I'm not a casual player, so it's impossible for me to verify that take, I guess.
I mean,
maybe that's the case.
The only experience that I have from being a casual player was when I was like 13 and I bought Guild Wars from GameStop back then. And I was like playing the game. I had absolutely no clue. And then I saw someone running around in a prestige armor, which was like super cool looking. And I didn't have a clue what's going on and how this person did it. So the only way how I approached it was, back then, I didn't say, well, I paid for the game, I want to have that armor as well. The way that I approached it, also when I saw the Thunder Fury back then in World of Warcraft for the first time with 13, I was like, I want that. What do I need to do to get there? And how do I achieve it? So that was my way of thinking. But I mean, that's a whole different topic. I see a lot of people not defaulting to that way of thinking in this day and age.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I mean, we also have to keep in mind that games you buy, or you buy a game, you play it, like take Black Myth Wukong, right? It's a very linear and structured game. You play it, you buy it, you play it, and you're supposed to finish it, and then the game's over. ARPGs, this live service action RPG kind of approach to gaming these days, the seasonal content, the way the whole genre works these days, like the way that's developed is very different compared to, other kind of, games where you go from your starting point to now you finish the game. In ARPGs, it's very, very different in terms of that specific progression, right? Because now we're in a position where you have the base game, they finish the campaign, and now you're playing the seasonal ARPG approach, right? And the seasonal ARPG approach is presenting you with the aspirational content, which D4 has lacked. And they now have presented us in a very heavy way. But that also demands this whole farm to get those items, to get to that point where we're actually able to achieve the next aspirational difficulty. In this case, we're talking about Torment 4, for example. And I'm not sure if we're talking about people that are just not experienced with how ARPGs actually works these days. I think that's the biggest issue.
I also never really encountered someone in my chat or anything that goes like, I paid for this game, I want to clear tormented bosses. I think the people that are new to an ARPG genre, they, as you said, they don't even get there. They don't even know this exists. Because they don't watch the campfires, they don't read the patch notes, they just log in after a stressful workday and then have like an hour or two, and then they're just gonna play a little bit, and they don't care about going to a tormented boss or anything else. But the problem is we do not have access to these people. We cannot interact with them at all, so we can't really get their opinion, unfortunately, on this. They usually do not watch Twitch. Yeah, they don't go to YouTube, they don't go to Twitch, they just log in and have fun. They're probably having quite a lot of fun, especially with a lot of new stuff coming out. So yeah, and I would love to interview them and ask a lot of people like that, but there is absolutely no access to them. I cannot reach those.
I mean, that's just a natural approach of Blizzard does this all very well with every game, but it's just marketing, right? They're getting this player base that's that doesn't watch YouTube, doesn't watch streams, and the end result is they're not going to be the blaster gamers. They're going to push these things, and they have their perception, especially with the new people to the RPG genre. I remember when D4 launched, they were like, "What do you mean my character's going to reset every 3 months?"
Oh my god, yes. Exactly.
That's how ARPGs have worked ever since D2 Ladder was introduced. Yeah. Hello? For us who plays the game a lot, we're like, we know this because it's been the way we play. And people are like, what do you mean? My work I put into my character should not be reset. I'm like, okay, but play your fucking Eternal Realm. Yeah. There is a way for you guys to do that. But a large portion of the player base, or the majority, when we talk about 99% player base in smaller game areas or games in general, that perception is a little easier to manage because those people will seek out the information and be more in line with watching YouTube streams or watching dev streams, reading patch notes and stuff like that. Whereas now you have this game that has been super focused on casual, new player acquisition, new player base approach for the casuals. And now they're getting this experience where it's this is completely new, because last game I played was I don't know, God of War or something. It's these linear games, and then comparing that to a live service action and a live service ARPG game where the whole point of the genre is literally you play seasonal content. That's what you do. And then they gotta be big changes for the next season. Now you're gonna play 3 months of this. It's a brand new game every 3 months. That's how the game works.
Yep.
I have no idea how they're going to be able to communicate that to the point where it's
it's impossible. They have to make an in-game screen that pops up, because else you're not going to reach them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you're a guide writer, Cronus. You know how it is. You put up a guide.
Yeah, that's true.
The majority of the people reading our guides, they will look at the Paragon board, they look at the skills, they look at the gear and aspects. Now they're done. Did they read any word we actually wrote? No. Most people don't do that. And then they're gonna be coming into the stream or whatever, or posting a message on Discord, be like, "Oh, yo, Chronix, this didn't work. I'm playing. I'm guessing you're gonna have a Mendeln build." So someone in chat mentioned that earlier. It's like, "Oh, this doesn't work," and then you look at the guy's characters, like, "Oh, I'm gonna help this dude out." It's like, but you don't have the Mendeln. What are you complaining about? We have those people every fucking day.
Yeah,
right?
true. Yeah,
and that's like. It kind of emphasizes this whole issue where, people just don't read. So when you have a pop-up menu or whatever, we talked about this a lot when it comes to last Epoch, PoE as well, the UI and the way they're communicating these super important informational context needs to be presented with as few words as possible, preferably with the actual UI design, to telegraph and communicate this information in a very quick yet digestible way that will set expectations. And that is so fucking hard with the way D4 is set up with their difficulties, I think, at least. I have no idea how they're going to be able to handle that expectation set, if you will.
Man, all of this like discussion has me so hyped up for the community's reception when they finally get like, let's say 3 weeks of Vessel of Hatred, when like suddenly the rose tinted glasses come off a little bit and the hype dies down slowly. I'm very curious what the general sentiment is actually going to be. I have like a lot of things that you said I haven't even thought about. I was like, well, they're just gonna be somewhere between T2, T3, and then they're just gonna try and grind it up to finally reach T4. I think a lot of people will enjoy that process because they have something that they can improve, right? World Tier 4 is kind of T1 now, right? This is how easy you're going to reach it. And now you have more stuff that you can do. So I'm curious. I was thinking like, okay, a lot of people are going to enjoy this, but this has opened up a lot of possibilities for quite a lot of people to also be sour about it, right? I'm very curious how this is going to play out. I haven't thought about some of these things that way. That's good. I just saw a message in chat earlier. Someone said it. I didn't note down the name, but it was average players think the game is over after story, and I do think this has to be the case, or there have to be like a lot of people have to actually buy the 2, 3, 4 because they have always played it and then just play through the story and then they're done, right? But what I really liked was the Deeds of the Champion. I think this is actually going to show people that are exactly that type of player that just come for the story and then leave after for like a year until they can play the next part of the story. It is going to introduce them into this endgame grind. So I'm extremely curious how many new people are actually going to start interacting with the endgame process for the very first time ever.
That should be quite a lot, because I mean they changed the main story quest, right? I really like that change. So for those of you who haven't seen it, the TLDR is very simple. You do the campaign. When the campaign is over, you have not finished the campaign quest. It will still be another quest telling you to start engaging with these other endgame mechanics. So even after the campaign is over, you still have quests that will push you into showing these other endgame contents. So I think that the players that stop playing after the campaign will continue playing more now as a result of that little change. It's just a small change, right? Where the quest keeps going, right? And I think that's going to help a lot when it comes to that specific aspect and let people engage with that part of the game as well. Now, if people will like it or not, I mean, that's too soon to tell, right?
But at least they've seen it, right? I'm so curious, and they have probably all the data on this. How many people do not even know that there is bosses, Helltide, Infernal Hordes, like all of this? They just play the story, credits roll, and they go like, oh, that was amazing. And then they go and play Black Myth Wukong, right?
Yeah.
And then there's probably quite a lot of people that think that's the game, yeah? So that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
I had another question that I noted down. Stat squish. Yes, what you see on the screen right now is already squished. But we also had the squish present on the PTR that we played. Holy
Yes.
login.
Dude, I don't know. Like, I like the optimization changes, but like this whole step, as soon as you get normal into like when you go to the ancestral gear, it's such a big fucking leap. It's insane. And like in the early game, sure, I care about movement speed, but like I could care less if I get 5 life or if I get 10 dexterity. It's like I really don't care. Whatever has the highest fucking item power is what I'd equip. How did you feel about that part of the game so far?
Yeah, like the early game feels so unrewarding when you find something. It's exactly like you said, oh, I have 5 decks. Okay, I found an item with 7 decks. Yeah, I'm not even gonna like bother swapping stuff around. Like you're gonna just go like
put my power on.
Yeah, it's like I think I leveled from level 1 to like level. I obviously equipped some stuff at level 1 and swapped out a little bit, and then I went to maybe level 40 with the stuff that I found at level 10 or so, and I was like, why even bother right-clicking the stuff to equip it and even maybe imprint new aspects? Why even waste the time when there is like marginal upgrades? That's at least how I felt. I'm very happy that you also had the same experience from what it looks like.
Yeah,
that felt bad. But then again, I'm a huge fan of the endgame progression now in terms of gear. I'm a huge fan. I was a little bit worried when on the PTR we only had 4 out of 4 possible on normal items and only 1 temper. Because the step to an ancestral was obviously then amazing with unlocking 12 out of 12 and having 2 tempers. Yeah, that makes you so much stronger. But then again, I think they overshot it a little bit by doing 8 out of 8 on normal and giving them 2 temper. I think one of the two would have been enough with just going to 8 out of 8 or having 2 tempers, right? I think 2 is like kind of, then it's already like smoothing the transition too much, making it too easy. Suddenly there's probably no friction going from Penitent to T1 at all with that change.
True. I don't know. It's like I think they did so well with the itemization changes. It's like I don't even know how they're going to make the itemization feel better in the steps before ancestral gear. Like, sure, temper is one thing and whatnot, but like it's like you said, if I have a piece of gear in which let's paint up a picture. Let's say I have an item that gets me, like you said, 5 dexterity, and then I find another one with 7 dexterity. The problem isn't that the 7 dexterity is a better item. It's just it's so small that you will never notice it. The one thing that you will notice in the early stage is obviously armor for the mitigation, which Spiritborn is kind of chill on, to be fair, at that point. But the problem isn't that. The problem is that for you to equip that piece, you now have to spend the resources to put a power on it. You then have to put the resources in on tempering it, which might fail for that matter. All for what? 2 dexterity? That's a lot of time and resources invested to doing that change. You never do it, right? You get a good piece, you put a power on it. You avoid putting powers on your weapon because as soon as you drop a weapon, no matter the mods, if it has higher damage, you will just equip it. And then you get to this point, right, where the ancestral, the item power jump, right? And now you're in a position where whatever the stats is on this item, you will equip this. Like, it does not matter. You will put your tempers on it. You will put your power on it, and you will equip it because it's just that much better. You get this like weird structural approach where it's like you fully gear your character, and then you have to wait 5, 10, 15 levels before you equip the next batch because now the itemization or the modifiers are actually valued at a point where now it will make a difference for you to spend that time and resource.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they're going to be able to tackle that, though, simply because of the fact that for you to change an item, you need to temper and put a power on it. It's resource, but most importantly, it's the time invested to do so. And for you to be incentivized to do so, the upgrade must be significant enough. So if they have increments of, well, now you're going to have much better drops at this level, or at this level you have this much better gear to incentivize you actually doing that, you're now ending up in the same position as you have when you go from normal to ancestral, because now it's like, oh, I reached the breaking point. Now I'm going to have to replace all my gear. And that's just equally bad, right? So I have no idea how they're going to solve that specific issue at all.
I think they have the solution right in front of their faces. Imagine like how much you are going to love the game when you are just now reaching Torment 1 and you get that ancestral weapon. holy moly, you're gonna be the happiest player in the game, right? So you kind of need to copy this over into the early game. How do you do this? Well, you gotta get rid of legendaries at level 5, right? You need to give a meaning to magic items. You need to give a meaning to rare items. Currently, it's if you're not full legendary at like level 15 or so, you're doing it wrong, right? And I think this is exactly the problem. Make it so that magic items are not even imprintable, not temperable. And I don't know, the rare drops can have 1 temper or so and have significantly better roll ranges, and then they only start dropping at like, I don't know, 15 or so. I don't mind which level it's going to be, but not at the start. So as soon as you are full blue and your first rare item drops, you're gonna go like, yes, log in. You have that ancestral moment that you have later on, a little bit earlier, a little bit toned down compared to the ancestral moment, but it's there. And as soon as you do the same jump at like, I don't know, 40, 50 or whatever, from rare to legendary, you will go like, oh, I just got my legendary. Let's go back to the town, stop whatever I'm doing right now, and go imprint the item because it's worth my time, because it's such a big upgrade. I think by getting rid of importance of rare and magic item, you do not have these cool drop moments at all during leveling because everything's just legendary.
Something I've talked about in the past is something PoE 2 is doing now, right? So PoE 1, you have all your skill gems locked on your gear, right? So there's two major things with itemization in PoE 1. You have your item and the modifiers. You have defensive and offensive scaling, and then you have your linked colors and everything, right? So in PoE 2, they basically stripped all defensive stats from the skill tree. So now your gear is supposed to cover your defensive stats, like HP, for example. And your skills, colors, and your skills links is separated from the gear. How would D4 look if they had your powers is put on your slot, but not on the actual item, so that you would be able to change your item if you find an upgrade without having to reapply the power? Because let's be real, through the campaign and like up until you get to 16 and all that, you don't really temper. Like, you put your powers on, like tempers is something you do later on, right? I wouldn't go out of my way to temper that much. Like, I'll maybe do a couple pieces, but it's not like I would fully temper all my gear pieces because I know I'm going to want to replace them pretty soon, right? So I don't want to waste the resources. But if like the temper was on the item, but the power was separated from it, I feel like that would allow them to have a much more interesting itemization structure in general and incentivize people actually changing the gear pieces more often and have that feeling like, oh shit, I got an upgrade, let's temper this, without having to go through the whole process. Oh, I'm going to have to put a new power on it and all those things as well.
That is probably the solution. Because it worked for PoE 2, right? Everyone, when they saw that, went like, oh, we should have had that from the beginning, right? So it's probably the same way here. It would probably have the same effect of everyone going like, yeah, okay, this makes much more sense. But then again, leveling is so quick. Does it matter? Oh. Right? I do like the approach that you're saying, like the idea that you're suggesting. I would be all up for it. Just binding the aspect to the slot itself, not the item. I think that makes much more sense. During leveling, especially where you're going to save the most time for this. But then again, especially on alts, you're just blasting through, right? But then on your main, okay, only because you're not noticing it, you should probably still make it a good experience, even though it's a short one. So I do fully agree. That would probably be the best solution, of just removing the aspects from the item and putting them on the slots.
I think that would be a nice solution across the board in general, at least. But then again, I mean, now we're talking about Loot Reborn 2.0, right?
Yeah. We need Paragon board Loot Reborn. Paragon board Reborn. I don't know how we're going to call it. But
Paragon board.
Paragon board Reborn. Man, there's still a lot of stuff we need to fix.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like general issues. Like, we talk about bugs. I mean, you remember when they changed the CDR, right? They were like, oh no, you're not supposed to have, CDR as much as we have right now. And then they made changes to that, and it felt pretty good, I think, in the end. But then you have builds like Necromancer or classes like Necromancer, who the entire design of it, I don't think I've ever seen a single Necro build without a Boron Decrepify. Ever.
Yep.
And it's just so awkward because like you're gonna need that. So okay. But then you dig deeper and you realize that a Boron Decrepify is giga bugged. Minion stores and all those things. Like, but if they fix those bugs, well, suddenly the class is shit. And that's like something we saw when we had the Holy Bolt of Elixir bug, right, for Necromancers.
Yeah.
The general consensus on Necro minions has been for a long time that it's a really good build, right? Or the archetype. And then as soon as they fix a bug that made it good, it suddenly is really bad.
Yeah, it was. We were racing in season 4 to kill all of the tormented Uber bosses on hardcore for the first time, so that was really amazing. Yeah, so I was literally blasting 28 hours on minion necro because I was supposedly the strongest build in that season. And I reached a higher pit tier where I finally had to struggle a little bit, and then I was like, fuck. Wait, yeah. We are falling off super hard because obviously on day 1 or like day 2, my first stream rather, we didn't know about Holy Bolts. I saw, okay, somehow I do a lot of damage with Holy Bolts, but I didn't have that many. So I was like, well, I just saved them for later. And it was crazy because on day 1, I was like, I felt the fall off after, I don't even remember, pit 60 something. Yeah, 61, exactly. That's what you were farming for Opticide, right? So as soon as I start pushing into this, I was like, holy, we're not doing any damage whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
So I was like already, oh my god, this is a big fall off, yeah? And then we discovered Holy Bolt and we were suddenly carrying everyone through bosses, and then that was fixed, and I was like, well, now you actually get to see the real minion stuff, right? Because I already experienced that in on day 1, and I was like, uh-oh. This is not going to be good. But speaking of minions, what's your take on the current situation with what we've seen in the patch notes?
Minions specifically or Necromancer?
Well, you can talk about Necro. We can talk about all Necro after, but let's stick with minion as it's that fitting to the topic.
I don't know how it will compare to like the meta builds of say Blood Wave, Bone Spirit. Like, I don't know how the fuck it's going to be able to compete with that. Mm-hmm. But based on the changes they've made, there's two things, right? I think that what Crip and I was talking about the other day with Fell Gluttony seems fucking insane. But it was bugged. Again. Yep. So I have no idea. Like, it doesn't do any damage. But theoretically, it would be insane, high-performing minion build. And then you have the Mendel changes. Now, I never got the chance to actually play it. Did you have footage of the Mendel, by the way?
No.
Okay. Because, I mean, the Mendel was like, the way that now scales with minion damage suddenly brings up the idea of playing minion builds with Mendel, and the changes to Kalen's edicts. Thanks so much, J-Rock. Sounds amazing. But again, theoretically, I think it'll do really well. But the real question will always come down to the point where how will that compare to the actual high-performing builds of Blood Wave or Bone Spirit, for example? Because like that's a night and day difference. And then the other aspect of when you're looking at comparing specifically minion builds to other parts of it was that if you compared a minion necro to a druid minion build, the minion necro was severely underperforming. And the druid compared to the druid minions, and the druid minion was like the worst minion build you could play for druid, and it like that's terrible. And now with the changes, I think that's going to shift quite a lot to actually make necro minion builds actually do very well. But when we say very well, and we compare it in a vacuum, Necromancer exclusively, you will always compare whatever build you're playing in a class with whatever the meta of that class is, right? And if the difference there is too big, it's going to feel bad. And then if you then open up the scale of looking at it objectively, comparing to other classes, because I remember back in like the season 5, we did the T5 Infernal Horrors, for example. Like you could do that really cool with like Blood Surge Crewers, right? Crewers of Braze.
That was such a comfy build, man. Holy.
I know, right?
That was
but
so
then
good.
You cleared it fast, and it felt really good. And it's like, yeah, this is nice. And then you compare it to suddenly a Barb or Sork, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, now it sucks again, right?
Yeah.
So I have no idea how the minions is going to be in terms of like in a vacuum. I think they're going to do really well, but I have no idea how they will feel when you start comparing them to other classes, which will always be the case, right?
It's 100. Man, there's so many points in this discussion that I want to say stuff and you say it before I can say it. I do have to agree to so many things there. It's crazy how you just steal the ideas or confirm the ideas that I have in my head. It's crazy when you're just comparing Necro internally. I think you are okay with where minions are gonna end up because you have these season 4, season 5 minions as your last memory, and you're gonna be like, oh, this feels way better. Yeah, of course. If you then suddenly see Spirit Wave just literally annihilating the whole screen and looking cool and being interactive, then you're already gonna have a problem. If you start looking at Spiritborn and Sork, then you have an even bigger problem. How I always like to view it, but maybe that's just me. I'm not just a Necro player. I'm just, obviously I have my obligations to do Necro stuff and write the guides, and I do that. But instead of complaining about not being on par with other classes, I just join them. I just literally play them at some point and I feel 10 times better about them. Of course, for you, that's probably not always possible, and you want minions to be great all the time in an S tier build, but I found that just leads me down the misery path. When I super hard focus on just one thing, I love Bone Spear, for example, right? Quill Wally is just a better Bone Spear, if you're honest about it, yeah? So I would love, as long as Quill Wally wasn't existing, if I would have hyper focused on Bone Spear and would have tried making it work all these seasons after it got killed in like season 2, 3, I would be miserable about the game, right? But I was like, I don't want to be miserable about the game, at least not from a build perspective or the stuff that I'm playing. It's more about, I can just, if I see Dance of Knives or Spiritborn being cool, well, I do my Necro stuff. I play the builds that I have fun with, where I don't necessarily care about how strong they are. And then if I want to play something that is severely stronger than what I wanted to play in the first place, then I just have time for that afterwards. I found out that this is the healthiest approach for me. I see, though, that it's probably not always applicable for you as the minion guy.
I mean, that's fine for me personally. Like, I'm more concerned about the perception of the players, right? Because, like, we as guide writers, like we talked about earlier, it's always going to be whatever we create, whatever we post, will always be compared to whatever the meta is for that class.
Yeah.
And if the difference isn't too big, then here's a good build. Like, you're not gonna be doing super fast tier 4 bosses, but you can do the aspirational endgame content and it does well. But suddenly when we're looking at the comparison of, hey, this is going to shit on everything in 2 minutes compared to something that's going to handle it in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and that difference is so massive that it's going to make, even if the playstyle feels good, when you get to that point and you compare those things, it's just going to feel bad. So for the people that are interested in playing that type of endgame or that type of fantasy and want to play that, to then have the idea that whatever they want to play is just going to be horrible no matter what they do, because inevitably they will compare it, right? And I think that's the problem. And I think that what they need to do is what Adam Jackson was talking about, right? You have like the hand parameter, right? You have, this is like where builds want to be within this scaling. Then you have the builds that are up here. They want to bring those down, and they want to bring the builds that below up to that point to have everything within this parameter, so that the builds that are not super meta, that is on the lower end of this, still does the things, but is still able to actually handle it and be playable so people can have fun with it. But the problem that we see a lot in the game is that the meta builds are so above this bar, and a lot of it is caused by bugs, right? And there's a lot of builds that's below the bar, and it's really hard for them to get everything into this little box that they want them in. And I think that's the issue, right? So one of the biggest concerns I had with minions specifically was how bad minions felt when it was not abusing bugs, like Holy Bolt of Elixir as a prime example of that, right? Because the perception was, because of that existing, the statement was minion echoes are good. They're super strong. They're great. And then
from
when you
the
look
devs, right? From
Yes.
the devs, yes.
Yes, they were like, "This is good," and I'm like, "No, no, what are you saying?" And then they were like, "Oh, let's fix the bug." I'm like, "No, what are you doing?" So that's always concerned me because, like I mentioned before, every Necromancer build uses Reborn and Decrepify because it's a must with the CDR stack and everything, and that's bugged. It has been since launch. So what happens when they fix that? Like the whole class needs to be reworked, so they can't fix it.
Yep.
Without making a whole class rework, and I don't think they will. So now we're just going to live with a bugged CDR, which they said they didn't want. So I'm like, what's the decision? Like, what's the step forward from here? I don't know. It just feels awkward, and I don't want to say the inability of making the builds in this box right that they want, but I feel like the argument of saying, well, we're just gonna play the instead of complaining about it, just join them. Sure, I mean, for us to place games to the obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours that we do put into games like this is one thing, but most people don't. On the 99% player base, definitely don't. Neither have the interest nor the time to do it. And that just emphasizes the problem even further. I'm not sure if you agree with that.
I do. Because the problem is always, I try to be as vocal about this as possible, especially when racing. Yeah, so many people come then and see us in T4 during the first stream, which is inevitably going to happen and on the 8th. Yeah, I'm going to be in T4. People just reached 60 and they're going to feel bad about it. But I always say that you do not have to do what we are doing as streamers. This is or for me, I'm trying to make this my job. We are trying to bring the content. We're not even playing the game. We're doing something completely different, right? And I'm so sad about us or people watch us and then have less fun because they're behind. I feel so bad about this happening, but I don't know the solution to this. Comparison is a thief of joy, and that's always going to be the case. If you love minions, and if you do not look left or right, you're going to have a blast next season. It's going to be amazing. But of course, if you try to compare to the Spiritborn that just the T4 in the first day or clears Dark Citadel in, 15 minutes and you need 30, of course you're going to feel bad, right? But I see that it's obviously all the hand comparison is just perfect. That has to be done. But then again, as long as that is not the case, if you like a build for what the build does and it delivers the fantasy that you are looking for, then you should also be okay with playing it and getting your fun of being able to play the fantasy and fulfill the fantasy that you have, even though it's a little bit weaker. I'm not advocating for you just suck it and play the build. I'm advocating for everything being brought together, but until that is not the case, people should just enjoy their time in the game. If you like playing a Twisting Blades Rogue since Season 1, and you have always played Twisting Blades Rogue since Season 1, then you probably had quite a lot of fun because you like the fantasy of the Twisting Blades stuff. Sure, you would have reduced the amount of fun you had if you would have looked at Barb and Minion Necro with Holy Bolts on your way, but if you stick to what you like and say, I'm playing this because I love this and this is the most fun ever, then I think you are going to have a much better time. Unfortunately, us streamers don't really help with that. We kind of amplify the problem there, right? So for me, that's unfortunately an unsolvable problem because I'm part of it. And I try to do my best with saying that you never have to do what a streamer does. You don't have to stream for 28. You don't have to play the game for 28 hours on the first day. You don't have to be in Tournament 4 on the second day. You don't have to do the Dark Citadel. You don't have to play hardcore. Please, when you like Sorks, play Sorks. And if you are having fun, you're doing it the right way. I cannot hammer this point home more often than I try to do on my stream. It makes me sad sometimes, unfortunately.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. Someone in chat asked if minions will be able to push tier 4. Yes, they will definitely be able to do that, even before the buffs that they're receiving. Will it be super high performing? I don't think so. We'll be able to do tier 4. Yes, with enough gear and investment and time put into it. Absolutely, you can definitely do it. The guy from YouTube chat said, content creators are the influencers that shape the perception of what the meta build is. Look at builds in relation to pit clears and Infernal Horde tiers. This is going to be the same thing with Wither and capping it. All right, that was another one. But yes and no. I think the whole idea of like the way we streamers play the game, we have that in any ARPGs or any game in general for that matter. Like we can have that comparison at all points. Like streamers play the game with such obnoxious amount of unhealthy hours that we're going to be able to do things faster and better than your casual Andy, right? But the problem is that's only for the portion of the gamers that watches streams, watches YouTubes, and those things. And I agree with what you're saying. Like you should play with what's fun, right? That's the whole point. The game, people treat game these days more of a competition than they do as having fun with it. And fun needs to be the main part of it. Like we play games to escape reality and have a good time, right? And a lot of people, like, unless you're playing a meta, you're bad. Like the build's shit, right? And that's always going to be the case. And I think streamers and YouTubers and content creators in general are definitely contributing to that issue. We're part of that problem, and I don't think that's ever going to change. It's like you said, it's an impossible thing to change, no matter how much we tell people play the game for fun. I mean, shit, at the end of a league in PoE, that's when I do my off-meta bullshit that's barely playing, but it's fun to play, right? So that's one part of it. But at the same time, we also have to remember that the 99% player base, the majority of the players, most of those are not watching streams. They're not watching YouTube and whatnot, and that's going to set a perception of it. And in the end, like Adam Jackson did with the whole hand scale, they wanted to have builds be within a box where the lower build, the bad builds were at the bottom of this box, and the good builds, the meta builds, were at the top of this box. The problem is that they have a lot of meta builds that are way above this, and the bad builds are way below this, and they wanted to squish them together, right? Which is great in theory. It's really good PR talk, but in the end, it's not the state of the game we're in, right? And it's, again, when you look at a comparison of a build in a class compared to other builds in that class, and as soon as you talk about that and compare that to other classes, you get this huge scaling. Like you talk about Blood Spirit and Bone Spirit being such top performers of the Necromancer. Now, I'm expecting that to be the top performers in the Season 6 as well. But they're also bringing up a lot of changes. For example, like the Mendeln changes, for example, is like really good. But we don't know the Fell Gluttony, if they're going to fix that bug to make that actually playable. We have no idea. But in the end, I don't know. Like, I think that if the perception of the game is that your build is good if it's doing, tier 1, tier 2 without too much investment of Torment, if that becomes the perception, I think that's going to be a way more fun environment to be in, because then you can make really fun, wonky builds. Like, did you try Crazed God Lowlife?
Woody tried it. It looked very concerning on the party health bar. It was like, oh no. It was like the party health bar. It was like ding, 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 all the time. I was like, what is going on? I cannot handle this. It looked amazing. But yeah, it's like, I hope that this is going to be exactly the case. That people go like, you know what? T2 is what we're settling for. If T2 is fine, we're good, right? And then you can do so many cool builds that do like weird stuff. That is gonna be amazing. Yeah, there's gonna be Spirit Wolf builds that are just gonna DPS with Spirit Wolf, and they're gonna work. But as long as you don't go above T2, you're gonna be fine, probably, right? So yeah, I hope this is going to free this up. But I mean, if you look at Twitch on day 3, day 4, everyone is T4, and it's not gonna help shaping that how do you say, shaping that narrative. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one to say. But then again, we are also trying to kind of like warn people about T4 is not really what you need to do, right? This is absolutely not necessary. If you can, I mean, you can see this here on the footage that we have running in the background. We are literally blasting T3 bosses right now, and we're happy with it. We don't even, why would we even go to T4? If you have been paying attention to the B-roll in the background, there has been so many mythic unique drops. Why would we even need to go up, right? There's absolutely no way. And there's not unknowns in the party, right? There's Woody, there's Mippy, and there's Ava. We're blasting in tier 3. When have you ever seen Woody running around in World Tier 3 when he wasn't when he was max level? That's not going to happen, right? Woody is content with being in tier 3 farming bosses, right? So that should tell you how it's going to look like. Of course, we had some problems on the review access. If you look at this, I don't have master working on the gear, so we're missing some power. But then again, T4 doesn't have to be the end-all be-all for all builds. And I do hope that everyone has enough fun on T1, T2.
I think that most of the streamers will actually be farming a lot in tier 3. And farming tier 3 is not going to be that hard to achieve even for non-meta builds. And I think that as long as that's the case, and like you would only really do tier 4 when you can really blast it. We're talking about super min-maxing, right? Which obviously we'll be doing. So I think like maybe that will help the narrative a bit.
I mean, it's certainly going to be very good if you see 1 or 2 weeks down the line, people that are streaming the game still farming in T3 because it's just more efficient for their current build that they're running, right? That's going to be very good for people's perception.
For sure. I gotta get myself a drink, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I need to pee as well. That's perfect timing.
All right, I'll be back then. I am back.
One second, Gazzy, I can't hear you yet.
All right.
There you go.
All right. I don't know. It's going to be very interesting, though. I wonder how the meta will shape with Spiritborn. Because I feel like the circle is just, well, Sky Power being wonky is one thing. But
I'm very curious about Touch of Death and if that is going to be in the game or not. I sure hope not, but yeah.
Could you explain the bugged interaction with Touch of Death for the people who haven't seen it? Or
okay, so
I'm not sure if anybody posted footage. Sure.
Let me actually wait. I'll stop the footage here.
Oh, you actually have footage of it?
No, I don't. I didn't play it.
Okay.
I would have loved to play it, but the problem is we were giga staffed for Iron Chunks and Rawhide, so switching builds was like absolutely impossible, basically. But I can probably, if I create a new planner real quick. Wait, is this saved? Yeah.
How is Necro this season? I think Necro will be fine.
Yes.
But Spirit and Bone Spirit will be great, and Minions will do very well as well. I think that we talked about earlier, me and Chronix, about the whole farming tier 3 will be very solid approach for most builds to handle. It's the whole tier 4 step that's very aspirational. That I'm not so confident that at least minion builds will be able to do really well unless they're super geared. But since most people, basically even streamers, will stick in tier 3 for a lot.
Especially for the first part, right? Like for the first, I don't know how many days, but definitely some days you're gonna definitely be well off farming T3.
Yeah.
And then I also think it's kind of okay that only the absolute min-maxed top builds farm T4 efficiently and everyone else is just blasting T3, and I think that's okay. Kind of like also promotes the way of you wanting to play multiple builds. So if you go and really want to farm fast, well, you gotta play an S tier build to farm a little bit faster if you really want to, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. Why can I not find it? The problem is I am not 100% familiar with the names yet.
Yeah. Which power are you looking for?
Yeah, that's exactly the problem. I don't know the name.
So what did it do?
But it re-triggers the swarm.
Infestation or pestilence?
Infest. No, also deals. Then it's pesty. Where is it? Which deals space damage per now lasts longer and spiral outwards. No, that's the
wait, that's the stinger one. Sorry,
that's the pseudo. That's the pseudo Hammered-in right here. We were robbed of the Hammered-in with the pestilence.
See if I can find it.
Wait, why can I not find it? That is not good.
What was the name of it?
Oh, hi Ava.
Insatiable, right?
Insatiable.
They
That's
extend
exactly
the duration of it. Yeah.
There you go. And this now basically extends the touch of death. It's wait, let me read it out for people that watch your stream. Kills. Oh wait, I'm streaming this, right? Oh, you okay? So kills extend the duration of your active touch of death swarms by 0.2 seconds. When a swarm is replaced early, it bursts for 450% of its damage it would have done. It's increased because it's on amulet. But what this did was, it was triggering from itself. So you were just touch of deathing, and then it go boom, 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 doing the full damage instantly all of the time. Yeah. So that's obviously not very good.
So you have this and the wonky sky power, right? So one of the things I'm concerned about, like I've talked a lot about the negative aspects, and we've been tackling a lot of the concerns and stuff like that. Let's just say that I think we're both in the same boat, that the season 6 is going to be fucking amazing. I think the expansion is going to be great, and I'm very excited for it. The biggest concern I have, though, is not like the small things or the balance power scaling between builds. I think the biggest issue is what we saw in the Necromancer Born Decrepify bug, for example, that still is not fixed. We have wonky sky power, and then we have the insatiable touch of death, right? There's been no confirmation whether or not these things will be fixed or not, because let's be real, if this is not fixed, it's very likely that a touch of death build will be like the meta for Spirit War.
Oh yeah, but
like it's incredible how much damage this will do compared to like the footage we saw when you were doing damage on the bosses with your quill volley. That's crazy good. It looks fantastic, and that is like a fraction of what you can do with the touch of death approach with this.
Yes, exactly. Like there's going to be a huge difference between these builds, and quill volley is already considered S tier in my book. Yeah. And touch death is a huge step up of that. But this kind of ties into what you said earlier, right? With the box that we have. I cannot remember any season so far that did not have a bugged build skyrocketing out of this box, right? So maybe if there wasn't any game-breaking bugs for a class skyrocketing their damage for a certain build, then we would actually have this box analogy and stuff would be much closer together. Because, yeah, I can't think of any season that had that. There is none. Where we didn't have something that was completely broken due to bugs. If we didn't have bugs, we would probably appreciate we would probably have a much closer range of builds, yeah? We wouldn't have this huge difference, which we would have right now if the touch of death stuff goes live from the absolute S tier, which this build is going to be, to, I don't know, some weird wonky Spirit Wolf minion necro build. There's gonna be landslides between them, right? So if they can somehow get to the root cause of all of these bugs and catch them early and not let them make it to life, then I think we will have a much better time of staying inside of that box. But so far we didn't achieve it yet.
Sorry.
No, all good. I was done.
So I mean, these things have been reported, like in the Discord server. Like the bugs have been reported, but there's been no confirmation whether or not it's going to get fixed. So I have no idea. And if it doesn't get fixed, then I mean, there's the build. There's the Spiritborn meta build. You do Centipede. That's it. Curious actually, because I had a discussion with the other guide writers over at Icy Veins, and what we talked about there was that we were doing everything we could to not showcase build guides based on bugs. And when that discussion emerged, I was like, okay, let's just delete everything that has to do with Necro, because we're always going to abuse the Born Decrepify bug. But you know this, right? That's the way it is.
Yeah.
But like, then again, we also have seen that these things will be in the game, and like, this will make the Spiritborn build the best. There's like, you get Insatiable, you get it from a dungeon as well. You could start off by just picking up Quill Volley and leveling with that till you have Insatiable. Put it on the amulet. Now you're good. Like, that's basically it. Now, obviously, you'll have the resource management.
You need to work around the cooldown somehow, right?
Yeah.
Really quickly.
But you can make it a
you
core
can
skill.
do that. So you make it a core skill, and then you fix resource, and then boom, there you go, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Correct.
All you have to do is like make it a core skill, solve the resource management, and now you're done. And that's the build. Now the question is, because I'm actually co-writing the Spiritborn on Ice Veins with another one, and I was like, we probably shouldn't post this guide. But then again, I'm like, but if it's not getting fixed, then I kind of have to have the build. Are you going to post a guide on this?
Yeah,
Out of curiosity.
That's always also our problem. I'm not so far. We are a little bit more divided between classes, I would say. So I don't really know exactly what's going on with the Spiritborn, what they are trying to do. But usually we are in the same boat where we're like, if it's like a heavily bugged build, like Earthen Bulwark back then, right? I said like, no, we're not publishing this. This is not going on our site. But in hindsight, you're like, we should have probably published a build, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously as guide writers, we're always looking at like traffic and all those things as well. But at the same time, it's like the integrity of the game. Like, it's not really fun. Like, okay, well, here's the class, here's your ABC builds, and here's the S tier builds, and then you have the SSSSSSSS plus build, which is bugged to the tits, and this is why it's so overpowered. And you post that because you also have the risk of like, oh, people start playing it, and then the day after they finally fix the bug, and now it's like, well, this doesn't work anymore, folks. You know?
That's gonna be rough. So, I mean, for us, it's gonna be easy. We're just gonna pivot, and it's gonna be fine. Yeah, we'll just find 2 or 3 other items and we're good. But the people that have like heavily invested resources in getting that thing online, and then the next day they log in, they have a brick build, they're going like, what is this? And the season is done for them. Yeah, it's very dangerous, not only for us, but it's also very dangerous for the devs, which I think is the reason why they have resorted to the philosophy that they have right now, where they're just going to leave it as is, right? With the 28 combo points, with the Ball Lightning Sock, with whatever we had in the past, yeah. But then again, this is going to destroy the season, unfortunately. In terms of just, if you're not playing this, you're doing it wrong. Almost.
Yeah, I mean, Necro is like, in the past, it's like you go Bone Spirits. This was before the Blood Spirit came to be. And it's like Bone Spirit, or you do Holy Bolt Elixir. And then Holy Bolt Elixir is fixed. It's like, okay, well, Bone Spirit that's it. That's the playstyle now. That's what you're going to do, or you suck. And it's the same thing. I mean, Bone Spirit also had their fair share of bugs, right? So it's like, there's that aspect of it as well. But I don't know. I feel like we have to keep in mind to get some context for the people listening in on us having this conversation here. By the way, thank you for joining, brother. We appreciate that.
Yeah, it's super cool, guys. I'm always up for this. I really like sharing thoughts. And I don't know how it is for you, but at least I rarely get to speak to peers about this because everyone is busy making content, right? So if there are opportunities like this or podcasts or so, it's so cool being able to talk to friends about all the stuff that has happened the past couple of weeks, months. It's always amazing. So yeah, Thank you. I'm glad
Yeah,
you had
it's
this
like
idea. Thank you.
It's like when we had well, Macro, right? Yeah, we had Macro where we just talked about Macro. Jesus Christ, Rob joined in as well. Just had to talk for hours. But that's like the thing. We have this burning passion, and we're just gamers. That's just it, right? We're just gamers having a good time. So it's always fun to have these conversations because like everyone has different takes on it. For example, I did not engage with the vulnerable reset approach on the preliminary builds that I set up. With the guys, for example. So I know for a fact what I'll be doing tonight. I'm gonna be busy, you know. So I mean, it's always fun to have those things, and in the end, it's always going to be better for the end consumers, if you will, because they just complement each other. And I think that's really good to do.
I had a blast with the Vital Strikes. That was amazing. Like having this little mini game to play with the vulnerable. Whereas instead of having to solve resource or something else, now you have to solve vulnerable, which is kind of cool to me, right? Because you can't really go the paths that you always have been going because it's a different problem now. Yeah. So it was kind of cool having to solve for vulnerable instead of resource. That was, from a build making perspective, kind of cool.
Oh, for sure. No, I like that. So something that's really cool, like looking at this vulnerable, to go back to that topic, actually, did you have a lot of sources of lucky hit applying vulnerable as well? Since when you stepped away from Seeker, right? So I'm guessing because the quill volley hits so many times, right? And then you have the Jaguar skill as well. So I'm assuming you had vulnerable and lucky hit as well, right?
For this variant of the build now, for this stage that you see on screen.
Yeah, I'm curious about it. Yeah,
here I already had the Prodigy's tempo. That is resetting all the cooldowns. If you look at the Hunter and the other skills on my bar, they're instantly reset because of the Prodigy's tempo, because that's just the natural evolution of the build as soon as you have fixed the resource. The cool thing about Vital Strikes is it's a built-in 45% multi, but only as long as stuff is vulnerable, right? So, so that's the kind of cool part about it. If you keep removing it and have to apply it all the time, then at some point it's going to get outscaled by the Prodigy's tempo, and the 45 multi you can easily get rid of as soon as you have like the Hunter permanently and also your Ravager permanently. That's just going to be a little bit more damage. But the natural evolution goes something like you kind of want to go to the Seeker and then fix vulnerable with Aspects, Seeker, and Roar, and then for that time play Vital Strikes with the Quill Volley, and then afterwards you can transform this into the late game version where you abandon the vulnerable concept and the Vital Strikes and go to Prodigy's tempo and start resetting the Hunter over and over again. And then, exactly. Woody even has a more... We kind of try to compare DPS a little bit. There's also a Kepeleke version of this, which is a very cool name, by the way, for the unique weapon. Right? And we were having a blast when we were on the Discord. We were laughing our asses off. We were like, oh, I'm playing Go Kepeleke for like Gorilla Kepeleke, because everyone was like, what are you playing? I'm playing Jar Jar Blinks, and I don't know. We were like doing abbreviations, and so it was amazing. It was super fun. And the Kepeleke version seems to be a little bit better in the very end game. So this is also just a...
Bro, we're talking about super masterwork, right?
You mean the end game? Yeah.
Because I looked at Kepeleke when I've been looking into it, and I felt like the only way I'm going to make the Kepeleke actually perform is when I have like super high-end gear.
I mean, the thing is, if you can... let me show the Kepeleke for people... We obviously have spent a lot of time with this. Let me show people the Kepe. There we go. So what it does is it's a unique quarterstaff, which is a very good base. You want the block chance for all the other scaling that we've been talking about earlier. And it also makes all the core skills now additionally basic skills and free to cast, but they deal up to 30% reduced damage based on their cost. So as soon as you equip Kepeleke, which also makes it a very good early game item, by the way, you do not have to solve resource at all, because your core skills are not basic and they don't cost resource. But when cast at maximum vigor, your core skill consumes all vigor and then makes the skill deal full damage again. Large size, and they have a 3% multi per point of vigor spent. So not only is this an extreme mid-game item or early game item even, but also if you solve for that resource problem that Kapeleke creates with its unique effect, you can giga scale this to oblivion with maximum resource.
Because I think that my issue with it was the resource management. I wasn't really finding the sweet spot for it, which I think you seem to have done here with the Quill Volley with the vulnerable approach. So I think that might have been the reason for my experience with it when I was playing around with it.
Yeah, you can do that. Yes. Marshy is lost. Okay, let me grab you. Where exactly are you lost, Marshy? I'ma pick you up. We don't leave no one behind.
Put him in that big backpack and carry him.
Yeah. And like the cool thing about this is how many opportunities you just get within just one item. I think this makes Spiritborn so interesting to me. It's okay, I will keep listening. No, just let me know what you didn't understand. I'll gladly repeat.
What I liked about the Kapeleke was what you talked about leveling and being pseudo-ranged with Quill Volley. That was absolutely tremendous.
Yes.
So like, even if you reduce the damage, you have this shotgunning effect, right?
Yeah.
And you just equip this and you were like, my resources are fine.
Yeah, it feels so good during leveling as well. You're like, oh, finally, let's go. Just hold down right click now. Even though you're level 30, that feels so good. So guys and girls listening, Kapeleke, you need to gamble for quarterstaff as soon as you can. Because as soon as you find this thing, you're gonna feel super comfy instantly. What problem does Kapeleke produce resource-wise? No, it does not produce a problem resource-wise. It just...
You get reduced damage, and if you fix your like the resource regain, then you can actually fully benefit from it. That's the problem that you need to tackle with Kapeleke, essentially. Because you want to make sure that you actually benefit from the second effect because of how much damage that brings to the table. And that's how you scale it for the end game. So early on, you're fine with dealing less damage because you don't have to care. You just hold down right click and it's so comfortable. But if you want to use it to scale towards the end game, now you actually want to make sure you hit that max vigor quickly and efficiently. That's basically the problem, if you will, to make it scale.
It's not a problem per se. It's kind of like you feel like I want to. You said it correctly, right? It's not really a problem. It's like you're feeling prompted or kind of like indirectly forced to also fix that second part of the unique text, right? But during leveling, you don't care. Like it's during leveling, it feels amazing. Kapeleke is insane.
Especially with Quill Volley.
Yes. Oh man.
I don't think Kapeleke will be something I would ever care about using for the other builds. I feel like, at least for leveling, it's like Quill Volley is just so much better. I like Rake. I really did. But I mean, what's the other options? Let's see. There was...
I can show you.
The
you mean for the weapons?
Yeah, I was thinking like the other differences for weapons in general. Let me see if I can find...
You have the Wushenakpa, which I don't see ever a use for,
I never
really
found a use for it.
And then
did you find anything with it?
No.
If you could go back to the Wushi?
I was looking for it, and I was looking at it when I found it, and I was like,
that's my experience. My comment was like I looked at it, I was like,
I mean, I see what you're trying to do, with an implicit that reduces my ultimate's cooldown. That's pretty nice. But it's like, I barely have a cooldown anyway, so I don't know, maybe leveling, kinda.
But
maybe
even then, Kapeleke will outshine it for leveling as well. So it's like,
I mean, the good thing is it's a glaive. So if you're not gambling glaives, you're fine, right? And then there's the Zeppa Sontech, which is also very interesting.
I love the Zeppa.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
My god. That with, again, you want to... What really made the Spiritborn shine when we played it was the fluidity of the mobility when you're fighting that incentivized melee, but you could do that whilst being pseudo range. So like the Zeppa to me was like Thunder Spike all the way through. That's it, and it was just so comfy. I'm not sure if you tried anything else with it.
You can basically play any of them, I think. But
you can.
I gotta be honest, obviously the best performing I mean, I like Rock Splitter, but Thunder Spike is just outshining everything, kinda.
Yeah,
Thunder
I mean,
Spike is
the
just
way I see it
blasting.
is like
There is like you can. Have you seen there is a Thunder Spike version where you just evade all the time and you Thunder Spike constantly and you play all the Storm Feathers and you're just literally evading all the time and it's shooting out Storm Feathers everywhere.
I saw it.
It's so good as well. It's like amazing. Oh man, yeah. But I would
I think
also
it's
like
fun,
Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike looks like the best one for sure.
It's mostly for the distance, right? Because like Rock Splitter feels like more of a buffer than fighting with it. Because I didn't like using it as a main source of damage, but like the buff, sure, great, go for it. Thunder Spike gets you the distance, and if you do the Withering for the Centipede approach, there are way better Centipede thematic approaches than this. And let's be real, Thrash looks fantastic. It's like a Rake, but it just doesn't perform because you have to be in melee range, and like the Thunder Spike was like so comfy with it.
Yeah, Eagle skills look amazing. Although Eagle Spirit Hall does not really, in terms of endgame. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like how everything has their place. What I do think, though, is that kind of like the poison or the centipede themed skills are a little bit underwhelming if we not take into account any of the bugs, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't do a class ranking Sudras because I don't have enough experience with the other classes. But what I can do is, let's do it this way, Chronix. I'm gonna list the top performing ranking of builds or skills for the Spiritborn that I think will be, and then I'll see if that differs from what you would say.
All right, you want to write it down? Okay, so I write it down like here. Okay,
yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. And then we can
do that.
Do you want to like include Touch of Death or no?
Yeah, let's include Touch of Death.
So I'll wait. I'll do. When I typed in Touch of Death and now I'm hitting Enter.
I also did that.
Right, really? Okay, so now there is a little bit of a difference there, a visual difference. Okay. It's kind of close then, though. I think for what I'm writing down here. Okay.
Let's just go like the top performing builds.
Okay, I do 3.
3.
I have 3 written down right now.
I also got 3. Let's do 5.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Now you got me thinking. Can I even come up with 5 total that I think are closer to the 3 that I've wrote down?
That's the thing, right? Because those 3 are like above the box,
are
right?
so far. Do we? Oh man.
I don't know where it. Like, ooh. Why did I say 5? I can get 4.
Let's do
comfortably.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I need to do a couple more enters here, so the visual difference is gonna become clear. Okay. There you go. I'm done with 4.
Okay. I've actually got 5.
Okay.
All right.
Are you okay with me having 4?
I'm okay with you having 4.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. Wait. There.
Wait, can I stop streaming my stuff on the Discord? Like my stream is like stuttering like crazy, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, there we go.
Do this.
Try to do the visual representation here as well.
Yeah. Here we go. I mean, yeah. I didn't test too much with the thorns, so I can't actually argue for that too much. I have other guys that tested it for me, so I have the theoretical info on it. But like, obviously, Touch of Death is like miles above everything.
Yeah.
And then I would say Quill Volley plus minus the Kepeleke. And then I would say that the Seppa with a basic Shield Thunder Spike. And then I would probably put beneath that like Rake and Razor Wings. Should probably do pretty damn well in terms of performance, but nowhere near Quill Volley, Seppa, or Touch of Death.
Yeah. Actually, do you think Seppa Sontag is going to be that good?
I think it's going to perform very well, be very comfortable to play. But most importantly, I think a lot of people really want to have this double dipping or doubling down on basic skill, especially with how it feels, right? So it dashes towards your targets as well. So I think like maybe it's more of a popularity pick.
Yeah.
than it is of a performance pick.
Okay, yeah, I can agree with that for sure. Yeah. And
So I mean, metas are not always. It depends on what perspective you're looking at, right? Because it's like, take PoE as an example. Not now, but back like a couple of years back, we had alt quality gems and whatnot, and one of the highest performing builds in the entire game was Dark Pacts, but the playstyle wasn't something everybody enjoyed. So very, very few people played it. Yet it was one of the strongest builds in the entire game, and because barely people played it, they buffed it several times. So like the very few people that played it were just destroying everything, and the gear was cheap because nobody played it, and the used gear nobody else wanted. So it's like super fucking good, fucking amazing build, but barely people played it, so it wasn't considered a meta build. And I think Seppa will have the opposite effect. A lot of people will want to do it, even though it might not be the top performing build. So I think that's going to be in the meta, because meta is like the definition of meta is like, what is the definition of meta actually?
I mean, meta is actually very clear defined. It's most. Wait, what was it? Most efficient. Ah, man. Wait, I need to go here. I have it. Give me a second.
What?
Most efficient tactic available. There you go.
There you go. Okay, that's the abbreviation of it. Yeah, but nobody uses that.
No, nobody uses that, and I would say that comfiness of a build plays a huge part in it, because I think it's a very good. Wait, UK actually had it. The Bone Spirit last season, or like season 5 rather, current season, was so good. But nobody wants to play it because you need to Bone Prison, Corpse Tendrils, this, that, here. You need to think about this, and now you need to Corpse Tendrils again, Decrepify here. It's a lot of stuff you need to play. But if you do it,
like a setup
the payoff is insane. Yeah, but nobody likes the setup playstyle, yeah? Or not a lot of people like it. So
I mean, Holy Bolt Elixir pit farming was exactly the same. Group them up, pull it together, send the golem in. Oh, they're dead.
Yeah, but like Bone Spirit has like 2 more steps in there, right?
Yeah,
compared to this, for example. So and that's why it's not so popular, although it's probably one of the strongest, or the strongest builds.
True.
Okay, maybe not in Infernal Hordes, but yeah.
Okay, well, like my problem with Bone Spirit specifically was less so about the setup playstyle. I didn't mind that much because I feel like the setup playstyle just made it more interactive for me to play. But then again, play Sorky, you're fine. Click one button. What I liked, what I think a lot of people disliked about it is not just the setup play, because before you have enough gear on a Bone Spirit build, it's like you group enemies up, you set it up, you blow them up. If you fail, you're fucked, and I have to wait for your resource, right? Or you didn't get all of them. Okay, now you have to wait for a resource or ignore those. And if you had dungeons where you have to kill all the monsters, now you're like, okay, let's wait for my cooldown. So let's wait for my resource. Now I can do damage. And, with better gear, that kind of like went away and became much smoother to manage, because even if you fucked up, you were still able to go again, if you will, right?
Yeah.
I think that was a bigger problem with it. And that also comes down to another topic we can actually humor I'm not sure how long you want to be on this conversation.
I am here all the time. I have nothing better to do, and I'm enjoying my time here. So if you do the same, I'm glad if we keep going.
All right, let's do it then. So it's like we have this problem where the progressional aspect of it, right? Because we look at a build. Here's the final endgame build. I try to avoid all of the build guys from having the mythic uniques, because not everyone will have them very soon. And we also know for a fact that we talked about before that the majority of people reading our guides, then they're going to be very casual players. The majority, not all of them. And the result is that we're in this position where we can't just promote like a bunch of uniques. So I try to avoid that. And as soon as you do that, certain builds become significantly worse till you do have those things. Like Bone Spirit is obviously not, Uber Uniques isn't that big of a deal in terms of that, but it does require the gearing to get that set up to get going right.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be the same when it comes to, for example, like you talked about with the Quill Volley. Like it'll be great with the setup, especially with the vulnerable approach they have with the resource management. I think that's fantastic as well. I love the aspect of it, and that will feel great when you have everything. But before that, like you mentioned before, like in the early stage of leveling, say like sub level 20, what you're expected to do is literally use Rock Splitter as a resource, like builder spender playstyle, right?
Yeah.
And you're not going to have barrier covering your ass till you have everything set up so that you can utilize the planes of power and all of those things as well. Like it's not going to be as consistent. So there's a lot of those aspects in there too, as a guide creator perspective, where we need to make sure the build is performing before the people have that type of gear. And the more pressing the build has in terms of setup playstyle, the more important it is to not fail those setups, the lower gear you have. And I think that's just emphasizing on that not being that popular to play as, I think.
Yes. And that also then says that comfiness of a build directly plays into what the perceived meta is, right? Would you agree with that? Because
absolutely,
else everyone would have been playing Bone Spirit, right? If it wasn't a factor. By the way, I'm streaming again on Discord. I had a problem. I was streaming with 60 FPS. That was probably killing my machine. Now I turned it down to 30 and it should be a bit better. Maybe it's watchable because I'll just leave Realm Walker gameplay running in the background for the people to have an eye on.
Yeah. Do you have these in like a Google Doc or just on your rig?
On my rig, but I can, if you want, I can just upload all of them if you need any of those.
I wouldn't mind. Like I said before, like my sleeping schedule's been so fucked.
Sure.
I'm
glad to share. I'll just pack them all up and blast them on a G drive and send you the link afterwards.
Yeah. Did you were you part of the group we made after the Spearpoint playtest?
I wasn't there.
Yeah. Right, fuck.
Yeah, I wasn't even there. No,
I
wasn't even there. I was probably I was too, how do you say? I mean, I was a little bit, I was like, when I saw everyone was invited, I was like, man, gotta pump up those numbers, you know? I'm like, not jealous at all. I'm like, this is more of like a, it makes me want to push harder, right? I was like, okay, gotta step it up a notch, you know? Like, gotta blast the videos, grow a little bit more, and then I can be part of that. And then I think like a 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe even 2 weeks after Bloodshed messaged me, and he was like, hey, you wanna join us on some secret stuff in LA? And I'm like, oh yes, of course. So I was like, yeah, I'm happy I got to pass up on the, well, not happy, but I was like, okay, I'm okay with passing up on that one, because I was able to join on the Las Vegas stuff, or the Las Vegas. What am I talking about? The Irvine stuff.
The Irvine stuff, yeah, in LA.
Yes, LA.
No, so I was basically having a commute to LA. It was fucking crazy.
Okay.
So I flew over for 2 different PoE2 events, and then it was also the Diablo 4 stuff, right? What we did, both the PoE group, like we set up basically, people play different classes in PoE, and then we basically grouped up and said, okay, let's just set up a Google Drive, and everyone just shoved all of their content in it. It's like, here it is, let's help each other out. And then everyone was theory crafting and discussing everything together, and then everyone just benefits from it. And so we did the same thing with the D4 stuff. Started with it was Rob and I. We set it up together with a couple of others, and we basically had so much footage. It was crazy. It's like anything someone missed, someone else got.
Oh,
right?
That's so smart. That's so good. Yeah.
So I really like that approach of when it comes to these things. So like I said before, like when you and I and Maxroll was talking, Jesus, a couple of months ago now.
That's a long ass time ago already. Yeah, wasn't this season 4?
Something like that. We should do that more often. I should talk to Macro, get him in here.
I can message him. Let's see.
Send him a message.
Hey, wait. Are you there? He's.
It's like this whole thing with
writing guides right now.
Yeah, I got to do that tonight as well.
I got to do that too. But the good thing is, I woke up like 8 hours ago or so, because I'm switching, or 7 hours. I'm switching sleep schedule to accommodate the 1 a.m. launch. So yeah. It's basically breakfast time for me. It's not breakfast time, but like lunch time for me right now.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen it, the footage we're watching is actually doing a Realm Walker, which is like world event thing that you should do because you get some really cool flask that stacks with flask effects for drops and whatnot. So once you killed it, it opens up a portal, right? And the portal, you don't get all the people around you. You're doing this solo or with your party. And in here, this was in the dev stream as well. So you clear these things, this little mini dungeon, if you will, that spawned from this Realm Walker. And there was a choice right at the end. They have to make, and once you clear this area, you drop. What were they calling it? Opulence now?
Opals, seething opals.
Yep. Seething opals. Thank you. And they're like stacking effects, like with a stack with flasks as well. And what they do is they provide you with different benefits, either dropping more material like herbs and shit, or equipment and whatnot. So like there's some pretty cool ways to increase drop rates of target farming, if you will, to some degree. So you see here, pay 1 iron chunk. You can choose between 3 different ones. You have materials here and equipment. And what's the first one was herbs, right? Which cost some currency. And then he does that. It was gold in the first one. There we go. And then you can open the portal and you go in here, and you're going to have to fight the boss for this. And you get these specific drops from this. I actually think this is a really cool system to do, and something a lot of people will do very early on.
Yes, it's going to be amazing to kind of like equal out the stuff that you're missing. I think that's going to be amazing. And you should definitely be doing this very early on, because the opals not only increase the not only make it available for you to start farming reputation for the seasonal mechanic, the reputation board that we know from the previous seasons, for example, but they also give you 15% multiplicative damage that stacks with your normal elixirs and incenses. So you're going to get huge XP bonuses. So instantly when you're done with the campaign, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to run to one of the Realm Walker events and blast them to get the opals.
And I would recommend doing the material drops. Try to get as much of that as possible. And the reason for that is you want to have enough resources to get everything you want. And I'm talking like you mentioned, incenses, flasks, and having these opals as well. Being able to sustain those will help a lot, especially when it comes to speeding up the Paragon levels once you hit level 60. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, this footage we're watching is basically the leveling approach that you did with the Quill Volley,
100%.
where you had the Seeker charges.
I wanted to, you are in my head, Gazi. It's making me scared at this point. I just wanted to say this because I wanted to point out that this is exactly the leveling approach that I took. The Soar has the vulnerable upgrade, that it after you soar you make stuff vulnerable, which is this little cloud, and obviously the Seeker also does the same thing. Macro said
but you did this with Jaguar guards. And you didn't do this with Jaguar Gorilla. I think that's what you played at the end game.
Yes, at this point it was Jaguar, so you get a lot of attack speed.
Ferocity, yeah. So something that I'd like to point out, I'm not sure if you did it, but I'm assuming you did, but there's a passive that's not been available on any planner that I've seen. Maybe the Maxroll one has it now, actually. There's the third cluster of nodes. There's three different passive nodes on the left side.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. There's 3 1, and the first node there gives you a passive lucky hit chance depending on which type of weapon type you're running, and one of them is lucky hit vulnerable if you use a glaive.
We have this one. Oh, see, look at me. the habits. The
old habits die hard, man.
Yeah, it's hard. Is it this one?
No, up. So, and then one more cluster.
This
there.
one, there you go.
That one.
Yes.
Focal point.
You could for sure during leveling. You are 100% correct. A polearm would probably be amazing for that build in particular.
The problem with this that I encountered a lot with was that this is why I deviated when I went with invulnerability as a sustainer. Oh, sorry. There I go.
There we go.
So, like, when you're leveling, you want to equip the best weapon in the story.
Yep.
But if it's not too big of a difference, you will benefit quality of life wise and sustain wise with this type of approach by making sure it's a polearm. Unless the weapon is so much better, you want to stay with a polearm. And what it also does is that allows you to use the Obolobolo gambling.
Vital strikes or what?
No, like the gambling of Obolobolos, just to get that legendary weapon. That's something I did after the campaign. I just gambled some polearms to get a legendary one. That will be my first initial weapon upgrade. And then I made sure it was a polearm so I could have that lucky hit on vulnerable, which felt really good. And Kepeleke is a quarterstaff, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because it's the block chance one, right? So the problem there is like do you push Obolobos for Kepeleke, or do you do Polearm for the comfortability? Because when you're leveling, having this extra chance, because when you're pushing this through, you're not going to have a guaranteed secret charges. You're not going to be able to. Thanks so much for the raid, Uncle John. Appreciate it. You're not going to have a position where you're going to guarantee that. So a cursed touch power is really good. Get that extra vulnerable for the essence sustain. You have the seeker, but when the seeker's off, you're in this position where now you're forced to use your rock splitter to generate some essence back and waiting for your cooldowns, right? So that was like a little balance act that I didn't like. So that's why I deviated very early when I tried it out. But I think that if you try to force yourself into polearm with it, that can actually help a lot, considering how many hits you actually generate with quill volleys. But then again, getting Kepeleke early, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I think if one or the other option wouldn't exist, you'd be super fine. But since you have Kepeleke and you have the polearm lucky hit chance to make vulnerable, you're like, well, Kepeleke is just that little bit more comfy, right? So I think I think you should gamble quarterstaff for sure when you have ovals. I think actually quickly switch headsets because my ears hurt with these earbuds.
Oh. Oh, weird. Thanks so much for the raid, Uncle John. Appreciate it, man. Welcome in, dudes. Funny that he mentions the earbuds, actually.
Okay, there we go.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned the earbuds. I've been talking about getting IEMs, right?
Yeah.
And you know, I feel like that would be so comfortable. But like the way I stream, like I have some scenes where I have to stand up and whatnot. So I need to have wireless and wireless IEMs. Have you looked at the prices on those things?
Yeah, that's crazy. Look at, wait, you don't see this, right? When I do, look, can you, does the camera see this? Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
I have a cable running from my PC. I'm standing right now. I don't know if you see this. Yeah. But yeah, I have a cable that is plugged into my Go XLR that is going around the table, and it's just super long. So I plug it here in front, so I don't even care if I want to switch or not. I do have my IEMs right here, and I can I just change them, right? Like it's super quick if I need to.
Yeah.
It's so much especially on like long streams and races. If you have, even though the headset that I have, I don't know which one you have, I can't see because the picture is a little bit small, but
oh, I have custom-made cushions for this.
Okay, that's
with like
amazing,
cooling gel in it.
Holy. Because like even though there is basically almost no clamping force on the headset, if you wear it for 28 hours straight, there's probably gonna be some clamping force at some point, right? So I defaulted to being able to swap them, like hot swappable almost. Now that's that works insanely well for me. I bought.
Would be a bit messy for me with my sound setup though. Like I had issues with finding a wireless headset that didn't give me a headache after 20 hours. But these were like, I went from Arctis Pro to Arctis Nova, which I'm using now, and they're really good. And then I got these cushions, which are really nice because I don't get sweaty around the ear now after 20 hours with these, which is really nice.
Yeah.
But like one thing that always concerned me is the gamer dent.
Yes, that's true, 100%.
I don't want to shave my head because of it. It would be terrible.
I don't have it right now because I've literally been wearing the earbuds for 1 week, but then after a week or so they start hurting, so I usually alternate between both of them.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I got my hair covering, so I can blame that. But you know, there's that. Now, but I mean, progression-wise, something that I realized when I was done with the campaign was I went for Realm Walker, and the first thing I really wanted was actually get Obolos. I felt like that was such a good way to get early gear progression, because you could target stuff that you needed, right? So I felt like after campaign, do Realm Walker, and then like anytime you run across any events, like you can do them. Getting those Obolos is so good, but I mean, you can always try to chase down the Kepeleke, but I mean, there's a higher probability that you get a legendary polearm than it is that you get a unique quarterstaff, right? Plus, there's 2 different ones. You might end up with a Sepe, right?
No, you can gamble polearms separately from glaives and quarterstaffs. They are literally 3 different.
Is Kepe the only polearm quarterstaff?
No, wait, Stepazontek is also one. Oh yeah, true, you are right. Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought there are 3 different, one of each, you know, but no, you are right. I mean,
Yeah, I thought
would
so.
you be angry about rolling a Sepasontek?
No.
No.
I would just start playing basic skill.
Yeah. and isn't that one of the coolest feelings? Like you're just gonna right click and whatever you get, I mean, that build you're gonna play. I think that's cool.
Yeah. That's
Right?
fair. That's fair.
That's cool. And I mean, unique drop chance from the Obol vendor is massive. It feels so good gambling now, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well,
It's
it takes a while
super
to
good.
get the Obolos. Like, you're done with the campaign. You don't get that much. Like, you have to start, you do the Realm Walker. And obviously, I think a lot of people will finish campaign, do their Realm Walker, and then they're going to sit in Hell Ties and whatnot. And I mean, sure, you do Hell Ties, you're going to go for the events, right? That's just the way you do it. So I think that would be an effective way to get the
Stuff you
to
need.
get the actual to get the Obolos to try to chase that down. So it wouldn't be an impossible approach of getting that. I think one of the big problems I see is when you get Kepeleke and you want to go from that to now you want to use ancestral weapons, you need to get an ancestral Kepeleke.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is exactly the case.
And that's going to be a little rough stage to progress through.
Oh, you just gotta gamble it. Just hit it.
Just hit it. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of like the approach of it, though. It's going to be real fun. We talked a lot about Spiritborn and, we talked a lot about perception and whatnot. Did Maxroll respond, by the way?
Yeah, he said he said no thanks. I'm updating guides. Unfortunately, he can't join. He's in guide updating hell. I should also be there, but
I
having a
wanted
blast. So
I wanted to go through and talk about these things and then shut the stream off and sit up all night and go through the guides.
yeah, that's
It's gonna
literally
be
me.
a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, I got similar to you. I'm also working on the necromancer stuff, and then I have co-writing the Spiritborn class. I got 2 fucking classes to deal with, and it's like they gotta be done now, right?
Yep.
So I have some preliminary stuff, but that's kind of like the approach I have right now. Necromancer though, it's gonna be very interesting to see. Like, I think we're both agreeing that both Spirit Wave and Bone Spirit are going to be the top performing. I think Spirit Wave might actually be the more popular one because of less setup, right?
Yeah, Spirit Wave is the way to go, in my opinion. If you're not an absolute minion enjoyer and only play minions, you go Spirit Wave for sure. It's also, I don't know about, I feel like when I play builds like this, it's just, you feel smart, like you feel like, oh yeah, I'm doing something that's not intended. Like I broke the game, you use Blood Artisan's Cuirass to, well, first of all, you use Blood Wave to generate blood orbs. You pick up the blood orbs with the Gore Quills of Blood Lance, and by picking up the blood orbs, you trigger your Blood Artisan's Cuirass, which is spawning bone spirits for free, which are going to be your main source of damage. And I think, like, if you have a build with these many steps to finally come to your main damage, I think that's amazing. And I'm always having a blast playing this, where it's also with all the stuff in PoE, when back then you could like do these crazy convert builds when you were converting multiple times, and you were doing it's intended, it's clearly there, but you felt like, oh my god, I figured this out, this feels cool. I think those builds are always going to be very good for me. What's this?
That doesn't sound good.
There's a Kitava plushie available now. Log in.
Yeah, it's true. I actually had a moment like that just a couple of weeks ago. There was as a guide writer, our main job is updating all the guides that we have, right? And we have to do that before we make anything new. That's always going to be expected of us. So there was this one YouTuber, I don't have to throw names, but there was this guy who played around with some new tools that we were given this season in PoE. And then in his video, it was a good build. Like he starts off with the first minute of his video, trash talking all minion guide creators, which, we're not that many.
That's
so
a
it was
rough
pretty
start.
obvious who he was talking about. Saying that we didn't make anything new and that it was like lacking innovation and whatnot. So, I did what any normal streamer would do. Well, actually, no, normal streamers would just dive into the drama and win on that, I guess. But I don't do that. I hate drama. So I said, fuck this, hold my rum, and let's do some innovation. So we did a fuckload of like new stuff, and one of those was speaking of conversion. Do you know what item Doriani's prototype is?
I would have to look it up. I have been out
so
of the POE
basically-
loop for quite some time, unfortunately.
That's all good.
Doriani rings a bell, but what is Doriani's prototype? I'll Google
It's
it right
a body armor that makes enemies lightning resistance same as yours, and then it makes it so that hits you take is mitigated by physical damage instead of lightning damage. But dots still do full lightning, so you basically made yourself have minus 200% lightning rust, and there were people having different ways of solving that scenario so that you could still handle surviving those types of damages. So what we did was we did this whole conversion stuff, where it's like instead of just converting hits, we made it so that any source of both fire and lightning damage was taken as either chaos or mitigated by our armor, like all together, like that kind of conversion. And it was like so fun to do because it was one of those moments where like, shit, this is so fucking smart.
Yeah, exactly. And
I pat myself on the shoulder.
And I mean, it's clearly in the game they know that this is a possibility usually, right? And you feel like good about being able to break the game by using this, right? I feel like the Spirit Wave build is kind of like the only build we really have in D4 that goes and does that, right? Where you do multiple things, where you queue up multiple things at once, or one after the other, and then get a completely different outcome from where you started at, right? I think that's just so cool. I'm a huge fan of that.
What I really like about the Blood Spirits mainly is, unlike the Kepaleki that we talked about, is that you can have a normal Blood Artisan Curious and you don't have to upgrade it. Like you want to, but the effect is still there and you can run it at a really bad state and the build will function with that. So the build enabling feature of it is very easy to get a hands on, and you can play it as soon as you get access to it. And then obviously you want to get a better one with the rolls, the numerical values, but you don't have to have a fucking ancestral G8 one. You can have a normal one and that will still function. Will it be as good? No, but the build will play exactly the way it's supposed to. And I love that aspect of, I love the idea of playing a build that you're able to level with the build you're supposed to play. That's why I played Necromancers in D2, for example. Good luck with a fucking maggot lair, waiting for that one guy in the front. You know what I'm talking about. But I still did it because I love the idea of playing the same kind of build that I want to play at the end game, right?
Yeah, you must have hated the PoE back then in 5 years. 5 years ago, huh? When you were...
I mean, there was a lot of stuff where it's like you always had to level with something else and switch your build, and that always comes into play when we're talking about unique builds. And I think that's one of the reasons why I do love the aspect of playing with a Quill Volley, because you can level with it in a similar fashion that you will play in the end game, and whether or not you run with a Kepaleki or not, you'll still be in a position where the playstyle remains the same. Like you're still doing the exact same thing. It's just a different approach mechanically, but it just feels the same. It plays the same. It just feels really good to do that. Whereas you have, like the Seppa, for example, you can't level with it. You have to get it. And once you do get it, now your entire skill tree changes, all your aspect changes, and now you're suddenly in a very different playstyle. Yeah. All right. So I don't know. I kind of like that. And Blood Spirit offers that. You just need this one build enabling item. And with the itemization structure that is in D4 right now, you always want to change as soon as you get a better version, or if you get an ancestral one, that's fine for that build. Whereas the Kepaleki, if we go back to that again, with the Kepaleki approach, you get a normal one, there's no fucking way you would play with a normal one when you start getting ancestral weapons. You will have to go back to the leveling version of Volley and play that with the ancestral weapon, because you're going to do so much more damage to that compared to the normal Kepaleki approach, right? And that's fine for Volley, but not so fine for other builds, right? That has the same approach. And I think that's really important to point out. But taking that aside, for those of you watching the footage right now, this is the party dungeon, right?
This is the raid, yeah.
Yeah.
We like to call it raid, but I think at this point it's not even called raid anymore, right?
What do the people call it?
I think it's the co-op dungeon or so.
Call it the co-op dungeon, really?
I'm not entirely sure.
What's the actual official name again?
Dark Citadel.
Like, will people call this the co-op dungeon in Dark Citadel?
No, it's DC for me.
DC?
I mean, Dark Citadel, yeah. I'm going
Yeah.
to
Okay.
DC at 1 p.m., you know? That's how I'm going to refer to it, I guess.
Is this rate aspirational? I would arguably say that the DC is it's like kind of optional. Like people can play solo and just completely ignore it, but it's fun. And there's the party finder function as well. So like you can play solo and just get a random group as well. I think it's really cool with the idea of like actually working together with what was it? There was one spot where one player had to do the one side, the other player had to do another side or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
Because I didn't actually play this. I've only seen footage and talked to people who did it. I didn't have time to do it. My schedule basically put me at playing super late at night. So the guys I did play with, they were sleeping when I did it.
That's
basically how it is.
It's cool. I like it. It's
Sounds
like
fun.
there is one boss that I'm very scared of in hardcore for Torment 4, but everything else is doable.
Is this sorry?
The second boss is just blasting, man. It's insane. I don't know. It's literally blasting.
Burst damage.
Bitte?
From what I've seen, the burst damage. No, like again, I've only seen it.
Yeah. It's kind of cool. It shows the taunt, like the aggro with this line, so you can kind of sometimes you need to pay if you want to play it perfectly. You want to pay attention to the aggro line sometimes, and I'm very happy with the game mode. I do have to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like it sounds rough to find a group for DC in hardcore.
Yes.
I think in hardcore that might be the problem. Yes, because like if you don't do it the right way, you will die.
Oh, and the problem is if one person dies, you're dead. Your party just goes boom if you don't instantly notice that one person dies. If one person dies on hardcore, you instantly need to scroll. Else it's back to Kyovashat instantly.
Yeah, no, there's that. But I think that's hardcore's like, I don't think that's something to worry about because the people that do play hardcore, I think that they are not the casual players. So, but it's very important to point out that I don't think that, I would maybe consider it aspirational, to be fair. It is at that point, but I wouldn't say that it's mandatory. But there's the weekly rewards, was it?
Yep.
That you can do as well. So it definitely incentivizes people to do it. But you don't have to have like friends, or you don't have to have like a pre-made group. Like you just apply for it, like with a group finder, and get people to play it. I think it's pretty cool in general. Definitely.
And I am very curious. We will have to find out how the rewards are actually scaling with the Torment tier, right? Like this, as Gazi said very early, this is available on Torment 1. So as soon as you clear pit tier 20, you can go and do the Dark Citadel. It's absolutely a viable thing to do at Torment 1 as well, because the weekly cash is so lucrative in terms of the stuff that you get. But currently we obviously don't know the amount of scaling that the Torment tier provides for the reward. That's to be found out, basically.
I think that, do you remember when people started craving an MMO ARPG? This must be like 8 years ago or something. And then a couple of years after that, we saw Lost Ark getting more and more attention, right? And it seems like a lot of people want this MMO ARPG game. And the problem has always been for ARPG feature in an MMO where you feature these things, because the way people see MMO is like tank, healer, DPS kind of thing, right? And in an ARPG, every class is meant to be able to hold their own ground, right? So that already sets an expectation on that. If everyone is able to do everything themselves, then how do you then incorporate that in a party play approach, right? And I think Lost Ark did it pretty well. Not a big fan personally, but I feel like the way they did the DC, so I'll try to remember that. I feel like the way they did the DC feels really good, and it is fun to engage with from what I've seen. Like again, I never actually personally had the opportunity to play it schedule wise, but I feel like they did a really good job in terms of the party play feeling to it, because you really feel like you're working together for a goal, and it feels good to do. and it's the first time outside of Lost Ark that I feel like this is done in a good way. So I'm very excited to see the progressional aspect that they have with the DC, because like MMO, like PoE is considered an MMO RPG because you can party and whatnot, but it's the MMO features are like kind of whatever, right?
Yeah.
Whereas in D4, it also felt like party was basically there to do rotations on bosses to make more value of your boss materials. That's
exactly,
it.
Yep.
And now it's like, now you actually have a feature in the game or mechanic that you can engage with that is actually interesting, it's fun, and it feels good to do. So I think that for the people that play solo, I would strongly recommend using the party finder and trying out the DC.
I'm actually very interested in how people are going to receive the Dark Citadel DC blasting. It's going to be... I want to see the reaction of people and then how they're going to like it in the end. A German name, Quas daneben oder so, asks if Dark Citadel compares to stuff like Clown in Lost Ark. Not in the slightest.
I don't know what the Clown in Lost Ark
Clown is so much further away in difficulty compared to the Dark Citadel. It's not even close.
Can you give me a TLDR on what the Clown is?
The Clown is a 4-man raid that has extremely tough mechanics with memory games, with side-scrolling Mario Party, not Mario Party, Mario-like features where if one person fucks up, your whole party dies instantly, and you need to reset the run, and this is not the case for the Dark Citadel at all.
It's more for hardcore, right? Someone dies, you're fucked.
I mean, let's compare softcore to Lost Ark, right? Because like hardcore doesn't really exist in Lost Ark.
Mm-hmm.
So softcore Dark Citadel is way easier than Clown was in Lost Ark. Way easier.
Okay.
For
yeah, I tried Lost Ark.
It.
I don't know. I didn't like the whole. It felt. I don't know, I never liked Lost Ark.
I mean,
never got a feeling for it.
The thing is, I like pushing boundaries and doing like the hardest content and try to push for world first and stuff. That is amazing to me. If you would give me a tic-tac-toe and would say, here is tic-tac-toe, here's a pen, and there's a leaderboard that you can see right here, have fun, I would literally spam that for 18 hours a day until I'm at my absolute maximum capacity. I'm that crazy when it comes to this competitive stuff. So obviously raiding in Lost Ark was like super cool for me, where I go like, okay, this is actually tough, where you have these hard modes that literally don't give any more gear or anything. They just give you titles, but they are just much tougher. You don't see the health bars, so you don't know when exactly the next mechanic is going to be, and there's some different mechanics sometimes as well. And then when I see stuff like Belshazzar, did you see that by any chance?
Which one, sorry?
Belshazzar in Lost Ark. You need to...
No.
You need to...
I played very limited amount of Lost Ark.
Okay, that's totally fine, but you need to actually have a look at what is going on the screen in the Belshazzar fight. I need to show that. Wait, am I still streaming? Yeah. I think so, right?
Yeah, we're watching.
Belshazzar Lost Ark. There's multiple gates, so therefore there is ascending difficulty. I'll just click on this. This is the first. Is this the first gate, or was this 1 to 4? This is 1 to 4. Oh, this is just an explanation. Okay, never mind. I want to see world first. World first. And the craziness that is going on. Is this the one? Yes. The craziness that is going on in this fight. And when I see stuff like this, I don't get deterred at all. I'm sorry, ATK, I do have to skip forward. But when I see stuff like... Okay, wait, you don't even actually see anything here. There's someone in chat, maybe, I saw some Lost Ark people, who has a link of a nice Belshazzar attempt without a lot of face cams covering stuff. And also, why is the quality so low? Because I'm probably streaming a lot of things. Well, it doesn't matter. All things summed up is it's a very hard encounter with a bazillion mechanics that you do have to do at the exact same time. When I see stuff like that, I'm having a lot of fun and I want to do that. But obviously,
that's fair.
Yeah, at some point you get frustrated by having to rely on teammates. So sometimes even if you play it perfectly, you're still not going to kill the stuff. So I like the solo approach that the RPG gives me, because if I fuck up, well, then if I fail, then it's only because I did something wrong, and I don't have to worry about anyone else fucking up except me, right? So I really like that approach about RPGs. So I don't know where DC is gonna go from here on. Where you go.
I like the idea of it though.
The idea is great, but I mean,
yeah.
look at Helltide in Season 0, and then look at Helltide now, right? So if you look at that trajectory, well, there's a pretty high chance that Dark Citadel can through as many changes as well, if the community receives it in a good way or likes it. Obviously, if it's gonna go and do a gauntlet, then we'll probably won't see any more of those raids, but in case everyone likes it, then there's probably going to be more good stuff like this, right?
True. I mean, Gauntlet kind of... it felt so... I don't know, dude. That was, like, disappointing. So disappointing, in my opinion. It's like, especially when people were, like, you know, pre-shrining and stuff like that. Oh God. It's like, there's no point anymore. Like, why is it there? Whereas the DC feels like, hey, this is challenging content. It's something fun you can do with friends or public party finders and stuff like that. I do like the approach that they've found a good way to generate party-based MMO features without it feeling mandatory and without it being like, oh, this is just, I'm just going to burn through everything. It's piss easy. Because I feel like it's really good. And this is on Torment 2 and you're Paragon 212 already.
Yeah, but the gear is not representative of the Paragon level, because we had a bug with the Seething Opal. If you use the one specific one, you were blasting like crazy in terms of experience. So the Paragon level is not representative at all.
Yeah.
And also the gear is not good. Yeah, right. If you look at this, my average masterworking is probably like 0.7 or so, 0.7 out of 12.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I have other footage where we literally just run through Torment 3 from one wing. Like, there's 3 rings, right? Wings. And we run through 3 wings in 26 minutes with a person that did this for the second time. And there is not min-max gear whatsoever. So you can be fast if you want to.
Yeah. No, I really like it though. But you said something like that caught my attention. Like preferring the solo play. So you were never like a big MMO gamer, like WoW or something? I was actually raiding in the top 100 guild in World of Warcraft as a tank for basically all my teens and early 20s. And I did as well, but I did it as a rogue. I was co-raid leading back in the day.
A rogue? Wait, how did you get from... I would have said you've been blasting Warlock.
No. Actually, like classic. I went Shadow Priest, but no.
Oh, okay. That would have been like on brand for sure. But like Rogue doesn't seem on brand.
Anytime I played a not WoW, I did summoner stuff and like shadow stuff and stuff like that. Always like RPG games or whatever, Diablo back in the day. But in WoW, I played Rogue for 9 years, I think.
Okay.
As co-raid leading back in the day as well. It was fun.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, I played a lot of World of Warcraft raiding and stuff like that. But the thing is, I tried starting out content creation with World of Warcraft, but I slowly understood that the content cadence of World of Warcraft is going to be very rough as a content creator, right? So the next best thing for me was like, well, there's D4 coming out, so let's dip my toe into that and see how that's gonna go. And now I'm here, so. Yeah. It was quite nice. And then obviously with PoE2 and all the other stuff Last Epoch releasing, I am like, RPGs is just so much better. The problem is, if you want to stream like World of Warcraft or stuff, and I'm pushing Mythic Plus and I'm pushing raids, raid is fine, but obviously you want to also push Mythic Plus, then you need 4 people. You need to sync your timelines. You need to, ideally all of the other 4s are also streaming, so you can not only, so everyone is fine with just maybe doing a fun play every once in a while and yeeting one of the keys, right? For like content and stuff. And that was so hard to actually make happen. So I was like, okay, this is not gonna work, right? Like I need to focus on something that I can do solo. And I've been playing RPGs on the back burner always while I was playing World of Warcraft, I was always playing PoE, so it was natural to just go like, oh, well, D4 is coming out. Back then, we didn't know what was going to happen, and I was like, well, that's the obvious choice at that point, right?
Yeah. It's funny because my first streams, I used to do a lot of PvP, like Gladiator and Rank 1s on my rogue back in the day.
Nice.
My first stream was TBC, and I just booted up because people wanted to see me play. And I had this radio channel, just blasted some music and played, and then I got banned for DMCA.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh well, fuck this then. And I was playing ARPGs on the side, so when I wasn't doing WoW, I played D3 back then.
Yeah.
Started streaming that with some friends, and then an old schoolmate of mine told me that minions are viable in PoE and feels like D2. I'm like, oh, let's try PoE then.
Log in.
And then I never looked back.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy, actually. But yeah, it feels like ARPGs for us that's played games for like a little older group, I guess, 30 plus or something. It feels like a lot of us, we play different games or we played MMO games, but we always had like this ARPG, like Diablo back in the day, as the thing we went to when we didn't have anything to do in the MMO game. We're like, okay, I'm done. Like, let's go play some Diablo. You know? Yep. It feels like that's like the common theme of the ARPG veterans, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. And for me, at some point, it was also like, from a streaming perspective, I was unable to find, like, in between the time I started and D4 coming out, I was unable to find a stable group that gets me the possibility of making content throughout a whole MMORPG season. Because if you're not pushing high and Mythic Plus or PvPing all the time, what are you gonna do, right? So I was unable to find a group that would like literally blast 12 hours a day Mythic Plus and go for like rank 1s and stuff. I was unable to find that. And in the time, then it was like a month or so until D4, and I was like, you know what? How about I try that? Right? So, and it was the best decision so far. So there we go.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Making written guide content, some Maxroll and everything. Pretty fun, actually.
That was not expected. Definitely when I made the decision.
I realized I haven't eaten all day. I do need to get myself some food, so I'm gonna have to call it.
That's totally fine, Gazi. I'll also shut the stream down now. I need to keep writing guides as you do too.
Yeah, there is
and
that.
And then I'll just gonna raid someone.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Good talk, man. We should do this more often.
This was cool, for sure. I mean, there is PoE 2 coming around.
True.
I am... Can I say this? I probably can't say this yet, but there is going to be... how do you say? I'm very interested in PoE 2. Let's put it that way.
That's going to be fun.
So there's probably going to be some topics that we can somehow connect in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely. Just hit me up, man.
That was super cool. Thank you so much, Gazi, for the idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a great one and good luck on the guides.
You too, man. Talk to you later. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye, chats.
Bye.
Man, that was super cool. Holy moly. I was in Gazi's chat earlier. Wait, how do I stop the stream together now? I think here. In stream together. Oh, there you go. That easy. That was cool. Yeah, I was in Gazi's chat earlier. I was like, any early leakers? Just with the Woody C emote, and I was just having fun, right? And then he was like, oh, what are you gonna do later? And I'm just, oh, well, I'm streaming. And then he came up with the idea, and he was like, log in, right? So there we are. I think that was a cool talk. I had a blast. It was fascinating how Gazi was very often already saying what I wanted to say, what I was thinking about already. That was super cool. I was like, oh man, he's literally in my head. But also some things he had like he showed me another perspective. That was super interesting. That was cool. But it's as I said earlier during the talk, right? I think that's also a little bit sad that this is the case, but you never really get to interact with other content creators that much outside of what we just did and outside of podcasts. So sometimes it's kind of lonely when it comes to like being able to talk about content creator stuff. But then again, if you get the time to sit down on a podcast, it's just double the fun then, you know? So that was cool. That was a really awesome talk. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. This wasn't planned when I woke up today, but I still hope it was good. I saw some positive comments in chat. You guys seem to like it, so I was glad that you guys also liked it. So yeah, YouTube views are literally bombing. Look at this. My Spiritborn guide has 80 views. The Dark Citadel guide has 68 views, and my Dark Citadel first impression video has 20 views. So okay, guys. Holy, there's not that much interest, I would say, huh? Holy moly. Well, doesn't matter. We're still gonna be blasting on the 8th. I'm really much looking forward to it. It's getting in the way of listening to you guys. I'm sorry, Hoagie, but the good thing is it's available as the VOD on Twitch and also on YouTube. So if you're interested in us just shooting the shit for almost like 3 hours or so, then that's up there. People need to play it. I think so too. Haven't looked at the VODs. Yes, you can. That's the cool thing about this, right? Like you didn't, if you did not, how to say, if you missed it, you can just easily go and check out the VODs. Information. We'll see you next season. Yeah, we'll last if we want to make it happen. Oh, nice, Extores. I'm looking forward to it. You let me know if you find out something crazy. So who can we raid? Who's blasting D4? Condis, but he's speaking Polish. Man, that's so sad. There's Ulf. I haven't really interacted with Ulf. Are we just raiding into Ulf? Let's just raid into Ulf. I haven't interacted with Ulf yet. I've seen him run around on the test server. So let Ulf know. Say a nice hello to Ulf. And I'll see you guys latest on the 8th. Latest on the 8th. As I said, I need to write guides now like a maniac. I do have a lot of time now. But I'll keep you updated on the Discord. !Discord, if you want to join that. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for joining, you guys. There were so many subs and also so many friendly people. Thank you so much. I'll see you latest on the 8th. I will be... Yes. Oh, yeah, true. Tomorrow's podcast. Oh, my God. How did I forget about that? Thank you so much, Hoagie. I completely forgot about it. Yes. Tomorrow we have a podcast in 1 hour. But tomorrow we have the Maxroll podcast talking about everything Vessel of Hatred. Holy moly, I almost completely forgot about it. Thank you so much, folks. Okay. Sending you off to Ulf. Tell him a nice hello from me. Represent the represent me in a good way. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the podcast. Bye bye, guys.